It is February 20th, 2025 at 9:02 a.m. The board meeting of the Oregon State Board of Nursing is now called to order. A notice of this board meeting was published by Rachel Prusak, Executive Director, in accordance with the open meeting law. If necessary, the board may also meet in executive session as authorized by ORS 192.6601, ORS 192.6602F and L, ORS 678.126, ORS 676.165, and ORS 676.1751. Board members and staff stating that they are present are attesting to understanding the confidentiality of executive session and have taken steps to ensure that the executive session proceedings are not observed or heard by anyone not authorized by Public Meetings Law, ORS 192.660. Is there a roll call by
Linda Stanich,
Present.
Margaret Hill,
Present.
Kim Yoder, present. Joni Kalis,
Here.
Marcus
present?
Oleniki Tolobola,
Here.
There being a quorum present, I declare the board eligible to conduct its business. Is there a roll call for staff and public?
Good morning, everyone. I will start with grabbing my microphone and then leading roll call for the staff. I'm going to start over here, Gretchen Coach.
Good morning, Board President, board members. I'm Gretchen Cook, Policy Analyst for RN, LPN Practice, Board Staff.
Good morning, Barbara Jew, Policy Analyst for Nursing Assistant Education and Assessment for staff.
Good morning. My name is Laura Blackhurst, and I'm a Policy Analyst for Nursing Education and Board Staff.
Kimberly Goddard, I serve as Chief of Staff here at Oregon State Board of Nursing.
Good morning, Lauren Rauch, Assistant Attorney General representing the board.
Randy Ritter, Executive Assistant.
And I'm not sure if I announced, so Rachel Prusak, Executive Director. Going to open up roll call just for, I do this every time because we have two of our amazing staff sitting in the back with the public. So before I move on to the public, I have two more staff members. Please go ahead. Great. They are the amazing administrators that support our policy analysts. Okay, opening it up for the public, please start. Perfect timing. All right, Mr. President, I think we're ready to go. Oh my God, it's throwing me off. Please, I would like to announce and welcome who are our two appointed and Senate confirmed board members, but it isn't until March 1st that they will officially be board members. So they are sitting in today as more of a public, but I would love for you two to take the opportunity to introduce yourselves.
I'm here as a public member today. Good morning. My name is Rachel Dennis, and I am here as a member of the public.
Our first item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Which is page 9 through 13. This is my first in-person meeting, and normally I get to, I've only been here for a year, and I usually get to follow along. So remind me of the process here where we're at. Are we We have a consent agenda item, and then we have the minutes from the previous meeting.
Are minutes from the previous meeting part of the consent agenda? Okay.
I do have a change to one of the minutes.
But
Let me get on board.
Yeah, but we're not there yet, right?
I don't think we have the consent agenda.
Just as a reminder, Board President, though, our executive session yesterday went off without a hitch with you leading, and it's going to happen again today. And we're all just getting here. Yeah, so first, lead the approval of the consent agenda for voting, and then we'll do approval of board minutes.
And then, so, sorry, just to make sure we're on the same page then. Approval of consent agenda. Which page in the packet?
9 through,
9 to 13, like I'd said.
Nine through
Just
19.
doesn't-
yeah, you were correct.
Okay. So then we're looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda
Mhm.
as presented here on pages 9 through 13.
This is a reminder for me, who normally would make that motion? Does that come from staff or do we do that?
No, you all do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yep, the motions, we're all starting off 2025, our first in-person public meeting
Okay.
2025. Yeah, they will always make the motions for what they bring forth to you all, but everything else will be for you all.
So I make a motion that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded to vote. Marcus Cooksey?
And we're going with aye or no.
Yes.
Aye or no? So yours
Aye.
is-
Sorry, aye.
Okay, Margaret Hill?
Aye.
Sarah McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanage?
Aye.
Joni Callis?
Aye.
Oleniki Obola?
Aye.
There- Your part.
So that motion has passed.
Great. And then we're moving on to the approval of the board minutes. First, for the November in-person meeting of 2024. Were there any corrections or? And then and then the December virtual meeting?
I do have a correction to the December. It indicates that the meeting was in person. And it was not. So can we modify that to was held virtually? Or the same language that was used for the January meeting?
Yes. Absolutely. So Board President, when you make the motion, it will,
As
you'll,
modified.
yep.
So that's for the December, yeah. As modified,
That was the only thing I had.
great. And then for the January 15th, 2025 minutes, were there any corrections? Need to make? Okay. So I make a motion that for the approval of the November 21st to 20th to 21st, 2024 meeting minutes, board meetings approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
To vote. Marcus Cooksey?
Aye.
Margaret Hill?
Aye.
Sarah McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanage?
Aye.
Joni Callis?
Aye.
Oleniki Obola?
Aye.
They, these minutes have been approved.
I make a motion that the board approve the meeting minutes for December 18th, 2024 as modified.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do a vote. Marcus Cooksey?
Abstain?
Margaret Hill?
Aye.
Sarah McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanage?
Aye.
Joni Callis?
Aye.
Oleniki Obola?
Aye.
That-
And I make a motion that the board approve the minutes for January 15th, 2025 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Do a vote. Marcus Cooksey?
Aye.
Margaret Hill?
Aye.
Sarah McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanage?
Aye.
Joni Kalis,
Abstain.
Oleniki.
Aye.
It won't let me start a video. I don't want video. I want my camera.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you for bearing with us. All right, the next item here is from Manager Fox. Update on licensing.
Yeah, Board President, I'm going to suggest that we have John Etherington and Phil Fox come up together, and then I am going to be presenting for Barb Holtree and can go after.
Morning, Board President, members of the board. For the licensing update, I wanted to talk about the application timelines that we're seeing now. Back in November, I had really good news for everyone that we were within almost same day for all applications. We've definitely have longer timelines now. We've received an increase in the number of applications near the end of December and has continued through January of 2025. Although we have not seen the same level of increase for CNA and CMA applications, they are still affected due to the increase in background checks that board staff have to process. All applications need a background check for initial licensure, so if we're slow on background checks, it's going to affect all of our applications. So we're looking at around 13 days for most of our applicants now. The applications that were received in January specifically for RN endorsements, that's where we're seeing the increase. We received 2,569 applications last month. And compare that to our average of last year of only 863 a month, it's a 198% increase. So you can imagine that is a lot for us to process. It's almost 3 times our normal for a single month. So we're just slowly working through that as we get through the background checks. We're trying to balance how we approach our applications. So we do see about a 13-day turnaround for our background checks, for the education reviews, so reviewing transcripts, and just general communication with our applicants. It takes a little bit of time for us to get through that, but we're just trying to keep everything balanced so we have kind of an even distribution around our applications. The contact center is also seeing a pretty big increase with those more applications that we're receiving. We have more people reaching out to us for information or updates on their application. So we answered 2,703 phone calls last month. It's a 117% increase from our previous 6-month average, which is about 1,244 phone calls is our normal. And we answered 5,972 messages through the licensing portal, which is a 30% increase. All I have.
Thank you for that update, and especially for managing the call volume. That's really tough and super important for public interface. Were there any questions from any board members?
Just out of curiosity, how many members make up your team on the renewal and reviewing this, I guess?
We have 12 dedicated staff to processing licenses.
Thank you.
We have 2 additional staff for managing the phone specifically, but everyone in licensing occasionally takes a role of managing the contact center. 2 people is not enough to answer all those phone calls, so we do a rotation to get everyone a chance to help with the phones.
Do you have any idea why there's been this like 200% increase? Okay, you did. I was just, that's shocking.
Yeah, currently we're disputed with Providence has increased the number of endorsement applications we have. That's why I focus specifically on endorsement applications. We're seeing pretty much everything else be our average number of applications that we typically receive, but endorsements has skyrocketed.
Manager Etherington.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. I'm here. My name is John Etherington, Financial Manager here at the board. I'm here to present Exhibit F1, which would be page 49 of your packet. So this is the financial summary for the Board of Nursing as of November 2024. That would be 71% of our biennium that we're currently in. Starting on the left side of expenditures, personal services expenditures were 10,971,000 in November 2024, which is about 69% of our personal services budget. Moving over to the right, we figure there'll be a little bit over 5 million still left in the biennium that we'll have to pay out. And it does put us at a little bit under our budgeted amount as of November 2024. I'll kind of get into more a little bit later. Dropping below that, our services and supplies ending November was 5,886,000, which is 68% of our biennium budget. Future projected expenditures will just be 2,722,000, and we have a little bit over expenditures estimated for that for our biennium. For our nonprofit organization, all funds have been distributed to the Oregon Wellness Program. Below that is the Oregon Nursing Advancement Fund, which we will see a negative amount in that. That's kind of always the $9 fee that we collect on applications. It's hard to judge sometimes how many applications are going to come in. And as Philip has said, the more applications come in, the higher that number goes. So we are off a little bit on that. For the total, it's 17,916,000, which is total of 69% of our biennium budget. So that's under the 71%. So we're looking currently good. It's more of our future projections that we figure will go high, which leaves us with an underage of 184,684 as of November 2024. As we discussed in previous board meetings, the board has gone to the legislative e-board in December of 2024, and we asked for an additional 600,000 for expenditures. That was approved and granted. So as of December, end of December, we have an additional 600,000. So this negative 184,000 as of December really goes into a positive 400,000. As of end of December, we're more back in the positives, even though I know this report kind of shows that negative 184. Moving on to page 50, this shows all our expenditures broken out by the different groups within our agency. And then page 51 shows all our revenues divided out by categories for the agency. Current revenues estimated, we're sitting estimated a little bit over 24 million. For the budget, we estimated revenues at 21,934,000. So we are actually over $2 million in estimated revenue, and that has been due to the high cases of applications and applications that we've been getting this biennium. Are there any questions on the report?
Anyone? Thank you so much.
And just as a side note, we will be presenting next Tuesday in the legislative committee for our 25-27 budget. So we have the hearing next week for our future budget. Thank you.
Good luck with that.
We don't need luck. We're prepared.
Yeah. They say luck is preparation plus timing.
There you go. Okay.
All right, and we're turning to you,
Yes.
Executive Director Prusak.
Yes, yes. So, good morning again, everyone. I'll be covering for Barb Holtry, Communications Manager. If you want to turn to page 48 of your board packet, it's just an update on communications. I think all of you know it's been something that we have been working on for a good year and a half now to improve our customer service and our outreach, and have been successful on implementing Gov Delivery, ensuring that every nurse and anybody who has signed up receives an email monthly. We've heard really good feedback on this. We will have our Sentinel newsletter for our February issue arriving the week of February 17th. So that is now.
We get it?
So I'm sorry that I don't have it today to give you, but maybe if there ends up being a box at our door today, we will have those. We have the monthly bulletin newsletter that's been going out through Gov Delivery, and we've also launched a new intranet. We've been transitioning and modernizing our internal communications with our staff, not just external communications with our customers of our nurses and public. So that has been going well. And Barb Poultry, our communications manager, also assisted with the budget presentation that John Etherington just mentioned that we will be presenting next week. So, and I will make sure that you all get a clip of the presentation of that budget in your email once we present it.
Cool.
Yeah.
All questions? Great. And our next item of business is the administrative rulemaking. Analyst Blackhurst.
Hey, good morning again, Mr. President and members of the board. So I am going to start by directing you to page 52 of the packet. There,
And my audio's
you
up
will-
at 100%, so.
there you will.
Oh.
Oh, okay. On page 52, you should find a memo regarding a request for the permanent repeal of Division 41 Rules 0050 and 0060. So in this memo, I had shared that the board previously approved these repeals to move to a rule hearing, and that our intent with the repeal is to clarify the nurse intern role, its functions, prohibited acts, because those functions are already articulated in our statutes. A rule hearing was held on December 16th. We had no oral or written testimony, and so I'm bringing this back to you today to gain your approval for the repeal. Happy to answer any questions you have.
I'm thinking we're all happy with this moving forward.
I'll take it. All right, then I make a motion that the board approves the repeal of OAR 851, 041, 0050, and OAR 851, 041, 0060 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich,
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Olaniki Towabolo.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. And our next item, did you want to go in this order? Executive Director? Because the next item here is the administrative rulemaking by policy analyst Wickenhagen, who's not, is she with us? Oh, you're covering for her.
President Cook, the board members, I'll be stepping in for Dr. Wegenhagen to present the rule hearing information for Division 31. In the board packet, you'll find that beginning on the addendum 1 is the memo, which has been placed, and then the content of the rules and track changes starts on page 55. So these are the rules that in the fall, the board voted or approved on to go to public rule hearing, which occurred on December 16th, at which no testimony in favor of or opposed to was received. So these are presented to you today for adoption. I do want to notice, for full transparency, there's a few editorial edits and corrections that we'll need to modify to make consistent with the motion for modification. And so I'm going to go through those today. Okay. So and then if you have anything else, then we'll address that at the end of me presenting these modifications. So the first one we present is going to be on page 57 of the track changes version. And this is under rule number 851-031-0006. And this is under sub 1A. And this is where the word wasn't sure. This is the board, it said must investigate or shall investigate pending, if the applicant has had past disciplinary action, that it must be investigated. The word may was inserted there to present an option whereby if something is old and has come through several times, that option is presented. Support staff doesn't automatically open an investigation. Okay. I'm continuing on that page in sub 2, little b, big A. And you'll see this throughout the rule. There's reference to the state board testing pool examination. Sometimes the ing is dropped off of testing, sometimes not. So this just corrects it to read the state board testing pool examination. And we also chose to remove the abbreviation since it's infrequent use and long duration between use within the rule, we thought it would be best to spell it out each time so people don't forget what that means. The next modification is going to be found on page 59. And this is where under little d, little ii, we added "and activation" to the standard. It says renewal and application applicants must have completed, just to make sure that that process for licensure application is spelled out. On page 60, the same is found. We added the word activation, and also here there was some truncation in the formatting of the rules. So I want to note on little ii, there's going to be some modification to that sentence. The majority of what you see here is going to be crossed out. Do know, though, that at the December 16th public hearing, the correct sentence was presented for public feedback, and it was what you voted on prior to that to send it to rule hearing. So the sentence should read that all renewal and reactivation applicants must, at least every other renewal, have completed 2 hours of cultural competency continuing education within the previous 2 renewal periods immediately preceding the submission of the application. And that brings us to page 61. And under 0015, sub 3, little c, it changes from for the rate for taking the NCLEX. It limits it from a time period of 2 years to 4 attempts. And you're going to see that repeat throughout the rule. So correcting it to make sure that that applicant will have 4 attempts, no time limit duration on that. The same correction is found on the next page, page 62. And then moving along to page 69, to sub C, and that again corrects the spelling of board testing pool examination and removes the abbreviation. I do want you to notice it'll be sent out as a separate message. Just to bring to your attention, we are going to be having a separate motion for rule number 0052, since that is a new rule number that grants the ability of an applicant may request an exception to any of the licensing rules to make it a formal process in rule for that to happen. And then if the board can consider each exception on its own merits. That's on page 74. That was existing language. The next editorial change will be found on page 81 for track changes, and that's under 0087 Nurse Emeritus License Standards. The change is found under sub 2 little a, where it used to say for hold retired status granted by the board, to make it match with the statutory, the statute that allows the board to handle that. The language has been changed to licensure status from a issuing authority. It's not all nursing regulatory bodies or boards. And I believe my final one for correction is on page 84 under standards for registered nurse first assistant. And it's just small under 2. It is actually on the first line. It's second line. It just submit evidence of their current certification or the RNFA certification. For clarity. Okay. And for these rules, we'll with the proposed motion to adopt, there will be opportunity in the future to make additional changes as we go forward with the regulation and any changes that might come through the legislative session this year.
And policy analyst Cope, I have what I believe are some Scribner errors too, or that are possibly Scribner errors too, on pages 63 and 64. You caught everything else I had questions about, so let me get back to 63 and 64. So in the 851-031-0021, subsection 5, first line, applicants must arrange for a credential evaluation of the completed by a board-approved evaluation service for their international housing program to to be sent to the board. And I'm wondering of the completed what? And this is the same language in the next page as well.
I'm thinking if we scratch of the completed, how does that read? For you?
Potential evaluation that sounds wonderful. And so that is also the same thing in 851-031-00261. Of the completed would be removed.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank
Noted.
you.
Right. We're ready for a proposed motion?
I believe we are. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so for the first motion, proposed adoption of revisions to OAR 851031 for permanent rulemaking, that the board approve the permanent adoption of the new rule number 851-031-0052 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanage.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. So for the second motion, and with this, the almost correct motion is on the addendum memo that went out. Some rule numbers have been dropped, but in going through, it was noticed that there had been in two sections, rule number 0040 and 41, corrections made to statutory citations on authority for rulemaking. So I'm going to be including those. There's no rule content change, but just the history at the end of the rule. I'm going to be including those rule numbers to make sure they get included. So motion. That the board approve amendments to OAR 851-031, 0006, 0015, 0012, 0026, 0027, 0032, 0039, 0040, 0041, 0055, 0086, 0087, and 0088 as modified.
Clarification. On the page I'm looking at, the old page, it also said a 0021, and you had said a 0012. Was that just a transposition or?
Probably on my part, I stand corrected, it would be 0021.
Can we?
Yeah, you said 0012, but it's meant to be 0021.
Can I say so moved then with that clarification? Thank you. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's do a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanage.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
No.
Oleniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is also for administrative rulemaking from Policy Analyst Ju.
Good morning, Mr. President, and members of the board. So this agenda item, AR3, starts on page 109. The board approved consolidation of CNA and adoption of OAR Chapter 851, Division 63, to be implemented on July 1, 2025. Division 63, as you know, is the standards and authorized duties for the certified nursing assistant and certified medication aide. During this interim period, starting February 21, so starting tomorrow, to June 30th, respectfully requesting addition of temporary rule language in Division 63 to allow the current CNA ones to perform additional authorized duties after they have been trained and competency validated by their employer and not wait until July 1, 2025. When the board approved consolidation in Division 63 last year, the intent was to allow the CNA ones to perform them after they were trained, but adding this additional temporary language would make it very clear and serve as a bridge in the interim. Any questions?
So in the CNA world, in my line of nursing, there's some confusion in regards to that they're going to hold, they're still their CNA 1 and 2. That definitely is clarified, and I try to my best. But my question would be is, they're wondering, do they have to actually renew their CNA at the time that it's ready to renew, and that will just put it into the CNA, just the CNA?
So as of July 1, 2025, or midnight after June 30th, magically all the CNA 1s and CNA 2s will convert to CNAs. And Philip, is that your understanding as well? Okay. Okay.
Nation?
Sure.
Okay. But can you
But-
come here, please? There's a Phil and a Philip, and Phil was fixing the microphone, and there was some confusion in that moment. He was unaware. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. So the CNAs that I'm engaged with in my line of work, there's confusion in regards to that they still think that they're going to hold either a CNA 1 or CNA 2. I've done my best to obviously bring them up to the new adoption of this. My question is at the time of their renewal, will that change to the different CNA, just CNA, or is it like you were mentioning?
July 1, 2025 is my understanding, working with our leaders through this process, that conversion will happen as of July 1, 2025.
And they don't have to do, so that was the first
So yeah,
question.
what we'll do is we'll work with our licensing system provider. So on July 1st, any existing CNA 2s, when that's phasing out, they'll become CNAs. And anyone who's renewing, everyone will renew as normal. And at that point in time, we can do a conversion of just making sure that everyone is aligned with rule.
So they'll hold their current until it's time for renewal, correct? Even though it would change on,
Yeah, they'll keep all the same information.
okay. Thank
We'll
you.
follow up on this to
Yeah,
clarify.
Yeah.
This is something, so right now, the focus with our provider is preparing for these Division 31 changes. And with this being not until July, that's going to be our next step of how we do that rollout. So answering all these questions right now of what that looks like in the system, I can't completely answer for you. But just with how we're looking forward towards changes towards the emeritus license, I imagine it's going to be something similar, which is going to be no extra work for the license holder or the certificate holder.
Yeah, and if I could add a little context to that, Board Member Stanich. So I think that, because we're, like you, we are hearing questions. And so we're in the phase now of really collecting the questions and figuring out what we need to improve upon on communications. So I've put together some language. I'm replying to the emails we're receiving, but I think there'll be bigger coordination for a comms plan. So I really appreciate you bringing what you're hearing on the ground as well.
So what I'll do is I know you guys will keep us updated. Stay tuned.
Yeah, but there is a lot of fear out there, so I appreciate that you bringing this forward, and we'll do our best to support the board and getting this information out as soon as possible.
Anything else for me?
For now. Great, I think we're ready for the motion.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, I make a motion that board approve the temporary rule adoption of OAR 851-063-0030 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's do a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Sarah McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Tony Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Wolvola.
Aye.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you.
So our schedule shows a break at 10:25, but it is not 10:25 right now. So I wonder if Policy Analyst Koch would be ready to present?
Yes, Board President Cooksey, I am ready, so I will present on my rules this time. So for the first item, begins on page 128 of the board packet, and that is proposed, whoops, let me see, excuse me, check that. page 202, and this is for draft administrative rule 851, Division 49. During some research, it came to the attention of board staff that there is a single standard. These are the rules on protocol utilization. Board member
The only
McKinley.
thing we were confused was in our order of things.
Yeah,
Does
so
it
we
get
had
changed
the,
on an addendum?
Page 120.
Yeah, so if you, which is fine, if you want to jump to the Division 49.
we have Division 6 as next,
Oh, okay.
and then later on, Division
Okay.
49.
Nice. Let's stick with 6. I apologize.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to make sure we're all on the same,
Yeah.
same page with that.
Hopefully the same page.
Yeah, we're ahead of time, so you can even take a few minutes because you were totally caught off guard. You thought you should have a break before that, just to see where we're at, to make sure we're all on the same page. So we had the OAR 851. Standard definitions.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah,
So,
standard
these are
definitions.
rules that the board approved to go to hearing. Public hearing was held on December 16th. No testimony in favor of or opposed to. And this corrects one definition, the definition of the term re-entry for consistency with use in our Division 31 rules. So are we ready for a motion?
We are.
Okay. There's a motion that the board approve the permanent adoption of OAR 8.1-006-0180 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cook.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanage.
Aye.
Tony Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Tolwabola.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
And then if you would like, are you prepared to move on with the
Yes, I
temporary
am.
rule revision?
Okay, so board packet page 128, and this is proposed temporary Oregon administrative rule revision to OAR 045-00604, which are RN scope and the practice of nursing standards. And this is for consistency with the temporary rules just adopted with policy analyst Chu related to the authority of the RN to teach and commonly validate a certified nursing assistant to perform additional authorized duties so that the rule numbers line up with what's currently codified in 63 and then what will be codified in 63 when they are adopted on July 1. Are we ready for a proposed motion?
Any questions? We are.
That the board approve the adoption of temporary OAR 851-045-00604 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanage.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Tolwabola.
Aye.
Was that an aye?
Yeah, that was.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Voice from above.
So the motion has been approved.
Thank you, Analyst Code. Policy Analyst Chu, would you be prepared to
Yes.
present next?
So my
Yeah,
next agenda item is on page 132. Mr. President, members of the board, the EMT Associates CNA2 Education Program is due for their routine reapproval survey on April 25, 2025. And as you know, the consolidation of the CNAs will happen on July 1st. So with that, I'm respectfully requesting the EMT Associates CNA2 program be allowed to continue without having a reapproval survey in the meantime. And they have their last cohort scheduled to complete on June 22nd, 2020.
I think we're ready for
Okay.
motion.
Mr. President, members of the board, I make a motion that EMT Associates CNA2 Education Program be allowed to continue with their CNA2 education program without requiring an reapproval survey as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanage.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Tolwabola.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Great, and
Okay, so the next item, there's a PowerPoint slide to share with you. So this starts on page 133 in your packet. At the November 2024 meeting, board directed board staff to convene a medication aid curriculum task force. So So a 13 medication aid curriculum task force convened on January 7th and 10th. So just wanted to give you a little bit of a background information. So currently we have 6 active medication aid programs in Oregon. And the current curriculum that's being used was last revised in February 2017. Oh, thank you. So as I reported to you last time, the content is on the very difficult side. And we've been making incremental process changes to improve the pass rates. It is a work in progress. There's definitely increase in starting an MA program. And so they're all waiting for the board decision on the new curriculum. So just to share with you, the goal of the 13-member task force was to review and revise to reflect best practice and patient safety while removing barriers and streamlining the curriculum. So really the theme with the nursing assistant world has been really to remove barriers. And so medication aid CMAs, as you know, they're required to be a CNA. Just went really fast. Okay. So you have the proposed curriculum in your packet that you can look at. Starts on page 133. And really the recommendation, the big recommendation from the curriculum task force, we actually looked at the National Council of State Board of Nursing, NCSBN Medication Assistance Certified. So just a little bit of a different title that they use, model curriculum. And so we actually looked at the content and very much, it was a great model. So we tailor to what we need in Oregon. And I'll go into more details, but this slightly decrease in the educational hours by 4 hours. And then we also, the group updated the lab, clinical, and lab site equipment checklist. And the recommendation is, you'll hear the theme July 1st, 2025, for the go live for the new curriculum. So, oh, it keeps moving fast. Sorry about that. So education hours, somehow, sorry about that. So the education hours that you'll see is that currently we have 84 hours total. And the proposal, the recommendation from the task force is to have 45 hours of didactic instruction, 11 hours of supervised lab instruction, and 24 hours of one-to-one supervised clinical experience. And actually, I thought I had a slide that shows all the different, kind of walking through the comparison of the two curricula. On your, in your packet, you'll see that the NCSBN model curriculum has 5 modules, very much organized systematically. And the content difficulty that I mentioned to you, really the content is really for almost like a nursing education level. There's definitely a lot of pharmacology type information that's being taught. So really the model curriculum that we're proposing to you that has been adopted is to really focus on just the basic entry level, what a medication aid needs to know to be able to safely administer medication. So any questions about the curriculum, content, recommendations from the task force?
Not a question, but, well, kind of a question. Where will they get their one-on-one? In the hospital setting, in community setting, rehab? Do you know that?
Yes, so our current rule has 4 different places that they're allowed to have their 24 hours of one-to-one clinical experience, and that can be in a hospital, residential care, assisted living, or licensed nursing facility. Oh, smiles, Linda.
Smiles because I think it's important to recognize the difference of just a med tech in the industry and then obviously a certified medical assistant or medical that passes meds. If, I know you have my list for me, but I would be willing also to have them join my community if that's.
Absolutely. I will pass it along to the program directors as well, that you're open for hosting. So thank you, Linda. Are there any other
Curious,
questions?
when you listed those 4 environments, would that include like a correctional setting? Because they often utilize medication aids.
Actually, I guess it depends on, but depending on how they're licensed, but the rule's very clear on the hospital, licensed nursing, assisted living, and residential care.
Residential care is what it would fall.
Other questions or comments? So really the discussion point that I wanted to also bring to your attention is that proposed education hours are included in the Division 61 draft amendment that I'm going to be presenting in a little bit. And then, as I mentioned, July 1, 2025 is the curriculum revision to become effective. Ready for a motion?
Oh, I think so. I just want to add, I'm really pleased with the work that the group did here. There were some really great language changes, kind of destigmatizing and clarity as well. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it along to the task force members.
Yeah, I think we're ready for the motion, please.
Okay, Mr. President, and members of the board, I make a motion that board staff move forward with proposed medication aid curriculum changes as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Let's do a vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Should I continue on?
Please.
Okay, so the next agenda item you'll find on page 173 in your packet. At the June 2024 meeting, the board approved the CNA consolidation without any change to the nursing assistant curriculum. In preparation of the upcoming CNA consolidation, the NA curriculum has been updated to remove references to CNA 1 and level 1, and just using generic CNA. A clean copy of the NA curriculum starts on page 174, followed by track changes. So that is the removing level 1 or CNA 1 is the only change.
I cannot find it right now, but I just had a question that you may be able to answer. I was noticing that, now I'm not able to. Sorry, give me just a second. Okay, I can't find it.
We have time, right?
Okay. So it was really about, and maybe you actually, because you have looked at these really closely, know, but on the CMA and the CNA, there were differences in the faculty requirements, like education.
Oh,
And I was wondering why, it didn't seem to make sense to me.
Hmm.
I was just wanted some clarification about why. those were
yeah, I
different.
think if I don't have all the background because, but my understanding is that until we have an interpretive statement that was put out last year,
Mhm.
we're under the assumption that medication aids can only function in a long-term care facility setting. And therefore, the rule language is very specific for faculty. And great catch
Have
on that one,
experience. Okay,
that they have to have a long-term care experience.
okay.
And as we continue, and I'll be asking to keep Division 61 and 62 open later on when I present some of the changes
Okay.
to align with the consolidation, but to make those updates.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Ready for a motion?
I think we are. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. President, members of the board, I make a motion that board approve the nursing assistant curriculum updates to be effective July 1, 2025 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Let's do a vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich,
Aye.
Joni Kalis,
Aye.
Olaniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I know that we had the planned break for 10:25, but we could probably put that in now and then come back. How do you feel about
Good.
that? Okay,
Good.
okay.
15-minute break?
Whatever you recommend. Sounds good to me.
I think 15 sounds good.
Okay.
So then we will return at 10:15. Okay, we are back in session. So the next item on the agenda is the addendum item. I think for policy analyst 2.
Yes. Good morning again. So the next agenda item is on page 252. It's in the addendum packet that was sent out to you. And it's on proposed revisions to OAR A51, Chapter Division 61, with suggested motion to move to public rule hearing. So at the so the clean copy is starting on 253, followed by track changes on page 270. So I'm presenting to the board key proposed revisions to Division 61 rules to align with Division 63, which the board had approved and adoption to go into effect July 1 when the consolidation is implemented. So additionally, there are some additional language edits to improve readability and promote clarity, and also respectfully requesting Division 61 remain open for rulemaking, which will be presented at a future board meeting. And as I presented, when I presented the Medication Aid curriculum education hour changes, it is reflected in the Division 61 in the Medication Aid section. Are there any questions on the proposed changes?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, may I make a motion then?
Please.
Mr. President and members of the board, I make a motion that board staff move forward to administer rule hearing for OAR Chapter A51, Division 61 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich,
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Toobola.
Aye.
Motion has passed to move forward for the board staff to move forward with this administrative rule hearing.
Thank you very much. So the next agenda item is on Division 62. Again, I'm presenting to the board key proposed revisions to Division 62 rules to align with Division 63 standards and authorized duties for the CNA and the consolidation that will go into effect on July 1, 2025. Also respectfully requesting Division 62 remain open for rulemaking, which will be presented at a future board.
I think we're ready for the motion.
Okay. Mr. President, members of the board, I make a motion that board staff move forward to administer rule hearing for OAR Chapter A51, Division 62 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Clixey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Toobola.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Great. So our next item is for policy analyst Cope.
Thank you, Board President Clixey, board members. So the next agenda item is PR1, and this concerns a draft of Oregon Administrative Rule Chapter 851, Division 49, which is the standards for licensed nurse protocol development and utilization, communicating a prescriber's reauthorization of a prescription and RN dispensing. Doing some research work, it came to the attention that there are two single standards within the scope of practice standards on RN protocol utilization and LPN scope of practice standards on protocol utilization that cite a Division 45 rule number that was repealed when the rules were amended back in July of 2024. So putting forward with the exhibit was an example of how that could be corrected. And so my ask today is that given on the information provided, that we be allowed to move forward to rulemaking to make that correction. Okay, so I will offer the proposed motion that based on the information provided, board staff move forward with rulemaking for OAR 851-049-0010 and 851-049-0015.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Toobola.
Aye.
The motion has been passed.
Okay, thank you. And based on the information just provided, that I would like to propose a motion that based on the information provided, that board staff move forward to administrative rule hearing for those rules as, if that would be accept a motion for, just for those sections for OAR 851-049-0010 and 0015 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Oleniki Toobola.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. That brings us to PR2. And so before you today is a revised version of the board's interpretive statement on practice hour requirements for the licensed practical nurse and registered nurse, wherein we have included information for the advanced practice registered nurse. So having the opportunity to read it, is there any discussion or comments, recommended changes?
I just had a question because so there's a note concerning the APRN applicant that they're not required to exclusively diagnose conditions, treat, or prescribe to meet practice hour requirements. And then read this OAR above, which I did. And so I think one thing that I've seen is that nurse practitioners who are also teaching in APRN programs, sometimes like the challenge of keeping up an APRN outside practice and teaching can be challenging. And so does this change that at all?
It is not my understanding that it does. I'm not sure if Director Prusek wants to speak to that.
Can you explain a little bit more about the question you're asking?
So for me as a registered nurse, if I teach registered nurses, that's part of my practice. As an APRN, if they are teaching APRNs, does that count towards the practice hours that they can renew their license with?
It's an interesting question. I feel like I know the answer,
Mm.
and I have nothing to point to support it in this moment. So, but we have APRNs renewing their license who are 100% faculty.
Okay.
So I imagine that it does. Just like our nurse investigators, their practice while they're here contributes to their practice hours. I think there's a lot of ways that we can do practice hours that isn't just not just, but patient care. And so I imagine that it does, but I would like to find the thing to point to before the end of the day. Policy Analyst Blackhurst, is there anything that you want to add to that?
I'm speaking for the RN level,
Mhm.
but we have historically treated faculty who are registered nurses teaching nursing as practicing nursing.
Yeah.
I don't have the history on APRN.
Yeah, I think it's similar. I think it's the same. I just would like to be able to point to it for you.
I've just heard that question come up before, so I thought, so when I saw that this is an interpretive statement, I was thinking, I wonder if that, is being interpreted by
Yeah.
this. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
So, but do you desire us to like more formally articulate that? As I look at this, it says practice hours are not exclusive to paid practice, so that could imply volunteer, which, that would be an example, but I think the intent was to be broader than that, specific to instruction.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like it's well known that for the RN licensure, being a nurse educator actually, I think at any level, like even the CNA level counts towards this. But it was specifically of the APRN that I have heard questions in the past about, and I just, that might be helpful to clarify.
Okay. Director Prusek, would it help to reconcile against this against professional regulatory certification requirements for the specific specialty practice as nurse educators, and see what their language says.
And
That
come
makes
back,
sense?
and
Yeah,
come
and
back
come
with
back.
it. I think that's a good idea so that we can be very clear in what we're trying to get at. But again, I think it's the same, but I do think we should come back with something to be much more clear.
Thank you.
I had a question also. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Awesome. So it's slightly in relation to that, but also a little bit off, but in more regards to like CNAs. So I think we've had issues in the past before with documentation of hours when they try to renew their certificate. And I see here like non-paid hours is okay, providing care to family and friends and things like that. Is there a specific way, because this has information about the burden of proof to show it on the applicant, is there a way for them to document that they were actually doing those things for their family or their friends? Is there like an approved way that the board would prefer? Because if we leave it as the burden of proof is on them, a lot of times if they had an employer, we can request like, what's the job description from the employer? But if they don't have an employer and it's just voluntary that they're doing this for their family and friends, what truly like is an example that will count of their documentation of hours?
Thank you for the question. I think that goes back to and was yours specific to RN and LPN, or did I hear the word nursing assistant in there?
Yes, nursing assistant also.
Okay, this does not address nursing assistant. This is specific to RN and LPN practice, which whereby would go back to nursing process and how that's codified respectively in 45 and then the Division 50 for
All right, good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. So I'm directing you to page 213 of the packet. There's a memo from my colleague, Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen, regarding George Fox University and the development of their Doctor of Nursing Practice Nurse Anesthesia program. We are joined today by Dr. Pamela Pfeiffer, the Dean of the College of Nursing, and Dr. Bill Prosser, the Program Director of the CRNA program. Dr. Wickenhagen had reviewed over 130 pieces of evidence provided by George Fox University and specifically noted in her memo the rigorous admission standards, the comprehensiveness of their self-study, their state-of-the-art facilities, and the support they have from local healthcare partners. Her recommendation was to grant initial approval of the nurse anesthesia program. So I am happy to answer any questions, and I believe our guests are well prepared now to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Policy Analyst Blackhurst. And we're excited for George Fox's new program here for the nurse anesthetist. I have a different question, first for our policy analyst and then for you all. And I want to first acknowledge that addictions and substance use disorder can fall upon any individual. None of us are immune from that in any profession. It's inherent in being human, just like depression could be. But my question is related to there's a lot of research that anesthesiologists and nurse anesthetists are particularly vulnerable to substance use disorder, and in fact, their chances of overdose and related to it and death related to it are considerably higher. And so I'm curious what, just like broadly for education requirements, might be related to for any level of licensure or specifically for CRNA programs related to identification of substance use disorder, kind of just pathophysiology and that sort of thing.
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. I think our regulations in Division 51 for advanced practice programs and then Division 21 for our practical nursing and RN programs, we do have curricular standards, but we do not necessarily regulate specific topics. Our standards are very broad and overarching, meant to apply broadly across any practice setting or across the lifespan. And so we don't necessarily call out specific topics like substance use disorder. That being said, especially for our advanced practice programs, they are required to have national nursing accreditation, and George Fox has pursued this accreditation of their CRNA program. Through those accrediting agencies, we really firmly believe that the quality inherent in achieving accreditation really helps drive the curriculum. The accreditor may have specific guidance kind of in addition to our regulations. And I think this is where George Fox may be better able to speak to what is actually in their curriculum.
Okay.
Please, yes.
Sure. I'm Dr. Bill Prosser, and I'm the program director at George Fox. In a broader sense, as we were mapping, and you know, this is a novel curriculum that we're building to national standards, as overseen by the NCE and the Council on Accreditation of Nurse Anesthetists. Threaded throughout our curriculum, we have a persistent wellness theme that is consistent with the recommendations by the American Association of Nurse Anesthetists, and in consultation with various wellness experts embedded within them. So that's the personal provider wellness piece of it. Our program also, the curriculum is going to be very heavily focused on opioid-reduced or opioid-free anesthesia. Because we're finding that if you can do that, then the risk of having patients convert to opioid use disorder is substantially lower and their quality of care is better. So we're going to spend a lot of time with that. We're also planning to have pretty regular check-ins with our students to really evaluate their stress levels. Stress is one of the bigger predictors for people transitioning from alcohol use to controlled substances use. And so as a program, we're going to be keeping a pretty close eye on that. And we'll develop programs to deal with that as we need to. And then lastly, within the Council on Accreditation's requirements for accreditation, there's a set of standards known as the D standards. And at various places throughout the D standards, we are addressing the wellness issue from a bunch of different angles. Finally, when and I'm sorry, we haven't met, but you seem to know about this. But then for licensure in Oregon, it's almost universal that people are going to have what used to be the X waiver and is now the buprenorphine education piece from the DEA in order to get a DEA number. And so all the new licensees will have to go through that education and training. And hopefully further along, we'll be able to get people, there are a few CRNAs that are practicing chronic pain in the state of Oregon. A couple of our clinical rotations involve those. And so that's something that we're looking to add some more content to as the program rolls out and we develop some more of these community clinical partnerships.
Great, thank you for that. Thank you for indulging me on that. And I'll date myself since I went to school for my advanced practice RN 20 years ago and did not include much of anything that you mentioned in my program, so.
Well, I went 30 years ago, but I really am a true lifelong learner. So at 56, I went back and got my doctorate, and
Mm.
at 59, I went and did a fellowship in acute surgical pain management, which then from about 2000 on, I've been trying to hone down on opioid-reduced anesthetic techniques. And it's something I've been fairly involved with a wide variety of people in Oregon and plan to continue that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I was just wondering, what is the cohort sizes that you're anticipating?
So our first cohort right now, assuming that everybody stays on track, we offered provisional acceptance to 25 students for August. Our plans after our 5-year reevaluation or resubmission of our self-study is to expand as we have the clinical partnerships to support that. What?
Year two.
Oh, and you,
Our goal in year two is to have 30 students. We've been provisionally approved from the Council on Accreditation for that.
Thank you.
May I introduce a motion?
Please.
All right, then I motion that George Fox University's nurse anesthesia program be granted initial approval.
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cooksey.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Aye.
Olaniki Tuabola.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. President, looking at the agenda and your swift job leading the board, if I can make a suggestion. So I can do all of my work, administrative presentations and updates before lunch and the lunch presentation. And then we would be leaving Policy Analyst Blackhurst. I assume that you have invited guests that are timed. So that's why I think if I can get 10 minutes, so I can get all my stuff together, because usually after lunch, we come back, I can present all my stuff, we do lunch, and then the only thing that we'll need after lunch and lunch presentation is Policy Analyst Blackhurst.
That sounds great. So we'll come back at 5 till 11?
Oh, of course, an open forum, but that's, timed in. We'll have, excuse me.
Yeah, we'll have open forum in the afternoon
so-
as well as.
Yep. So,
First.
yeah, that's perfect.
So,
I just
okay,
really need 10 minutes so I can
course.
organize my
Fine.
thoughts. Okay.
All right, ready, we are back in public session now. And we're moving ahead on the agenda to some afternoon business from what was supposed to be at 1:55 PM. And it looks like it's our first item will be the DEIA Statement of Philosophy on page 231. Page 231, if I'm correct. And now presented by our Executive Director, Prusak.
All righty. Mr. President, members of the board and staff and public present, I am happy to submit some memos and have some discussions. And we will kick it off on page 231 and discuss the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility philosophy statement. So just as a reminder, in September 2024, this board had a day of strategic planning. One goal from that day included adopting a statement of philosophy, clearly explaining the board's position on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, outlining the value of the board's commitment to equitable processes for licenses, and the board's position against discrimination of any sort as professional expectation. I presented some examples I had found from other boards and heard from the board regarding their thoughts and feedback. The board then shared the following two statements as a draft and tasked the OSBN DEI committee to edit them into one philosophy statement. We shared, OSBN is united in efforts to foster inclusive environments where all voices are heard and valued. The board respectfully accepts and contributes valuable ideas to achieve our shared goals. The OSBN is united in its commitment to foster inclusive environments where every voice is heard and valued. The board actively listens to and respects diverse perspectives, contributing valuable insights to achieve our shared goals. Laura Blackhurst, policy analyst, led a discussion as she leads our DEIA committee, and that was in November of 2024. And I wanted to present to you what they came up for approval, our potential continued modifications. But what, after extensive discussion, they came up with was, before you again on page 231, Oregon State Board of Nursing is united in its ongoing goal to provide equitable services to nursing professionals and the public. The board welcomes every voice and respects diverse views to promote an environment where fairness and respect guide our actions and decisions. So I'd love to hear from you all, any discussions and thoughts.
I have a couple of questions. Looking at the third statement, that's in italics in our booklet.
Yeah, so that's the one, just for clarity, since I might not have been as clear as I intended to be, that's the one that we're coming back to you all from what you presented to us.
I had a couple of questions just on that statement. What do you mean when you say to provide equitable services?
So I know that that's a great question, Board Member Callis. I believe, and I would love for you to add some context, since I was unfortunately not able to get to this DEI committee meeting, but the way I know the discussion was going and what we had here was ensuring that our licensees were able to contact us via phone, since they weren't before. Anybody who wants to file a complaint is able to do that via online. I know that we're trying to move towards some accessibility and language. So that type of equity, ensuring that any nurse or any public member is able to access us. But if there's more context to that, policy analyst Blackhurst, I'd love to hear it. And I know Chief of Staff Kimberly Goddard was also present for that meeting and discussion.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I believe actually Director Prusak articulated it beautifully, that our intent was to speak to equitable access for the licensees and for the public we serve.
I have nothing to add in addition to what our policy analyst Blackhurst had said, but it was just about equity as far as resources for the applicants and for who's contacting the board.
And then similarly, just the term use fairness.
I mean, what's fair to one person might not be fair to another. So I don't know if we can just clean that up and make it what you say versus I'm confused when I read that.
So are, maybe removing fairness and just having respect? And not just respect is huge, but environment where respect guides our actions and decisions.
Yeah, something cleaner, easier to read, or like everybody has access. So maybe that's a better way to say it versus equitable services. I mean, we have access and we want to hear everybody's voice.
So I'm just going to try this here. Oregon State Board of Nursing is united in its ongoing goal to provide equal access to nursing professionals and the public. The board welcomes every voice and respects diverse views to promote an environment where respect guides our actions and decisions.
To me, that's a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Way
Yeah.
to do that on the fly.
Okay, as you know, I like to talk through my thinking. Equal, I think of that image of equal where there is the same for everybody versus equitable is that we have that we really meet the needs of whoever is trying to contact us. So like I think about somebody who might have a hearing disability or a visual disability or something like that. That feels like, well, you know, we have a phone, so you can call on the phone and you can send us an email. But I don't know. So I guess I'm thinking of that kind of that is equity versus equality, that difference.
I bet you that is something that was probably brought up in the discussion because I know that is a very famous picture of how we see what is equal, what is equitable, and what is then justice, but we won't go there and for this context. Yes, please.
Exactly to your point, Board Member Kinley Yoder, I think we discussed equity versus equality, and as the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility committee, I think using the language of equity versus equality was the intent.
So just from the other board members, how do you feel about the word equity, like keeping equitable services?
So it could be access to, equitable access to, as opposed to equitable services, but I'm open to thinking through this, getting it right this time, not, moving to the next phase of having a final one.
I actually like the equitable services, but I also, are you getting rid of the fairness in there?
Well, I was proposing to
Okay.
you all, you will be the deciders.
I love the statement, the board welcomes every voice. That just, as I read it, it's in my head. I do like the fairness, and the reason I like it is because I think I agree there is different levels. There's not different levels of fairness. It's just that I think we all want to be treated with fairness. And so I kind of like that word. I don't know, I might be the one sole person here, but I like it the way it is.
I prefer the term equitable. I think that speaks to more what our intention is. I do hear what Board Member Callis is saying about fairness because that is highly subjective. So that's the piece that I a little more question. And just as far as wordsmithing, ongoing goal versus just goal seems a little more wordy. I guess the idea is just saying like we've been working on this for a long time and we're continuing to work. But if there was anything that, yeah, that's the only other thing that I would think. Try to make it smoother.
Our board member virtually want to chime in at all? You here?
I was just, I'm playing with words, but I really do like that. I think I was one of those that voted for the equitable to kind of go in there in the beginning. But I also see the fairness part of it. And I'm trying to wonder, like, was our thought process when we picked the word fairness, trying to talk about fair process? And adding that in there might make it more chunkier. Just throwing that out there.
Do you want to add any context to that?
I can try.
Okay.
I want to acknowledge that fair is definitely a subjective term, but kind of getting to the difference between equity and equality. Equity really speaks to ensuring that we are fair and just. And so, like, in my mind, fairness is a component when you are working towards equity. That might be philosophical.
Well, that's why you're part of a DEI cohort on the level of the state that we need you to be on. Let me see. Is there another word that can be proposed for fairness by anybody?
Well, that, Rachel, although I don't have a word, but I'm going to think really hard here. I think if we just got rid of that and we're just saying the environment where respect guide our, there should be another word there. So what that word is.
Looking up strongest matches. There's civility, decency, decorum, equity, impartiality, propriety, rationality, righteousness, suitability, tolerance, truth, veracity, courtesy, consideration, fair-mindedness, honor, justness.
I think it's an interesting conversation because one of the things that we talk about as we protect the public is justice for the public, ensuring that everything that we do. And so there is something to be said for that. When you think of it in that context. As I say, I'm willing to bring it back to the DEI committee with the things that we're hearing from you, but I'd also like to get a little bit closer, if we could, from the board today. We do meet again, I believe, next week, but I really wanted to try to bring something to you all today to finalize. But if we can, I can always do that.
So I'll pose the question then, just for the fellow board members. Would you, because I would be willing to proceed with the statement as was presented originally. I trust in the process of the DI committee. Do other board members feel okay about that, or would they like to provide direction?
I was impressed with, when I read this, I was very impressed with what they came up with and felt it did resonate with me.
Same here.
Yes. Okay. So it sounds like we're ready for to proceed with the motion.
To keep it as is.
To keep it as is, yes.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that the board approves the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility philosophy statement as presented. If you'd like, I can read it one more time. Oregon State Board of Nursing is united in its ongoing goal to provide equitable services to nursing professionals and the public. The board welcomes every voice and respects diverse views to promote an environment where fairness and respect guide our actions and decisions.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Paul Marcus.
Aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Kalis.
Sure.
Oleniki Toobola.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you for that discussion. I am going to move on to the second piece of work that I want to move forward. It is on page 232. It's the workplace monitoring policy. I do want to mention something about this. I am going to read out for you specifically where I need you to look. I realized in doing this, I had the changes in red, but not as track changes, so it didn't print. So let me just kind of preface it all, and then I will direct you to very specific places. But as you know, sometimes to protect the public and support rehabilitation, the Board of Nursing finds it necessary to require coordinated practice placement and worksite monitoring of HPSP and probation participants. Once a participant is clinically approved to practice, HPSP probation or probation is responsible for ensuring that all practice restrictions and worksite monitoring requirements are upheld. And to facilitate this, the board has provided clear guidance for healthcare employment approval and worksite monitoring, outlining the roles and responsibilities of all involved. The OSBN compliance specialist and I, as well as investigations manager and Ferris, we've been working on all of our policies and procedures as we're working to re-engage in HPSP and align our HPSP work with the work of probation. In doing so, there's been one policy I brought before you. This will be the second one I brought before you. All of them will be, once done, transparent on our website and in one place. But as we work through them, there are ones that we're really looking for board guidance, and this one being one of them. The workplace guidelines for licensees in the Health Professional Service Program are on board-ordered probation, and it's a resource. And when making these updates, I consulted with boards of nursing across the country. I consulted with those leading on alternative to discipline, and not just myself, but our compliance specialists were really engaged with others. It is very known in programs across the country right now that Oregon is really working to update our stuff. In doing so, there was a couple of things that I wanted to bring forth to you to update. So if you can go to page 233 under direct observation, that definition, the part of the definition that I'm looking for guidance, approval, modifications is the worksite monitor will be on site for the majority, which is greater than 50% of each shift, and available for the participant by phone or other system when it is not on site. If the worksite monitor is unavailable, the board will identify and approve a secondary monitor. So what this means is when our compliance specialists are working with a monitoring agreement, a worksite monitor, what direct observation means. And it can't be that someone is with you 100% of the time. And so we did surveys across the country to really figure out what people were doing. And no one was adding in an exact amount, but we really want to be clear with the worksite monitor how this will work. And so this is what we've come up with. This is what we've actually shared now with other programs across the country that we were consulting with too. And it just seems like a really fair way to do it, where we say 50% of the time with each shift. And if you're not available, there is a second worksite monitor identified. That is already happening, a second worksite monitor identified. Most of these things are already happening. We're just clarifying, what does a majority of a shift mean? And so we came up with that 50% of each shift would mean that. I can stop for questions there before I point out the other updates, so we can take them one at a time.
Well, so I had a comment here of, and my thought was, okay, so just to clarify, you're saying that if there, so there's the primary, monitor
Mhm.
person, the primary worksite monitor, they only have to be on site for the majority of each shift. And if they're not there, then there's a secondary person?
Yeah, so, well, it's twofold. Almost everyone has a secondary person for backup. You never know what's going to happen for that monitor agreement. Not always, but it is a very common practice. But so there's that option if the primary monitor isn't there. But we're also spelling out that the primary monitor is to be there 50% of the time, are available by phone.
So-
And if they can't be, there's that secondary monitor.
So we don't need it, so basically this, it's not that the secondary monitor has to be there when the primary isn't there.
Right.
It's that they just need to be available by phone.
So the primary monitor needs to be available by phone the other 50% of the time. If they can't be, there's that secondary monitor available. Someone takes leave, FMLA, surgery, a job, all of that. Yep.
And so my concern isn't so much with the primary, secondary, monitor, because I know that like that makes perfect sense. It's that like basically 49% of a shift every single day. I mean, so it could be that somebody's on evening shift, their work site monitor is there during day shift, so they overlap, say 4 hours, and then the second 4 hours every single shift, they might not have anybody there who's doing that monitoring. And I guess, so the being available by phone, if someone is, because often we see this with people that we are, that are on probation, for not only like work, place,
Practice issues.
practice issues, but also for people who are struggling with, different use disorders, and so then would have access. And my concern is that there's then nobody monitoring for possible diversion or something like that. So I guess 50% or 49% seems like a lot of time. But I don't know what other people's, do other people have like a different perspective to share with me on this?
I have a feeling Board Member Cooksey, as I look like you're.
I do. So I think when we're talking about standards of sort of like a minimum amount, I agree with you that ideally they're there and they're on the unit, they're, caring for similar or same patients. I think what we're talking about here is kind of, this is the minimum amount that we believe will ensure patient safety, and really calling out this piece that they actually have to physically be on location. I think there's been issues, we've seen reports before where there was a lot of muddling of the worksite monitor there or not, and going over, nobody could remember, and there was a lot of challenges with it, even though the licensee that was on probation had no practice red flags concerns. So, so for me, the majority, the 50%, just more than 50%, for me, that meets the threshold of the floor of, like, when I think about practice issues and substance use disorder, you're going to find out. You're going to find out if someone is there at their side, and you're going to find out sooner when someone is there at their side, not necessarily for the whole shift. I don't think it's realistic to believe that we're going to have the angel on our shoulder for the whole shift.
And I think
So-
that's what I learned, and the compliance specialist learned reaching out is it isn't, and it won't be successful because you won't have anybody agree to be able to be a monitoring agreement. And I think I just want to remind you, when people are being monitored, this is one piece of it. There's lots of other pieces of what it means. So this is just that direct observation, but there's the check-ins, there's the labs, there's all of the things that come with it.
I would just say that I'm thinking of like, because we are in a healthcare situation where there is, I'm thinking of some of the cases that may have come up around.
Which we're in a public meeting now,
No,
so.
about, so around that muddling piece.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to
I know.
share anything. I'm very aware of that. And so, but that the I don't know. I guess I would just be more comfortable with like 75%, but majority does mean greater than 50%, so 51%. So I guess I'm thinking if someone is coming up against that threshold every single time, that makes me uncomfortable that it's like, well, the manager who's there, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and then the person can kind of work whenever, as long as it overlaps by 4 hours. I don't know, I don't know, it strikes me as not enough, but
We definitely, the compliance specialist and I have had really thoughtful discussions to bring this to you all, and that was part of it. It was even just the first few months is this, then the second, few months is this. It's really complicated for not just a worksite monitor, but also for those of us within the board staff to measure. So, but what you're thinking through right now is very understandable because we did the same.
And I can appreciate that if you've ever been the person that has been asked to do the monitoring. This, when I read this, was like welcome relief, because to have somebody you are 100% accountable for, this takes a little bit of the stress off of that. So I have to say, I actually really welcome this. The second part, though, is a question. So I think obviously, and I understand, we're in public. In cases I see the confusion of the person that is actually being monitored, the licensee that needs the monitoring, will it be specific, written out? Because what I see is, oh, well, I thought this person was the charge person in the day.
Yeah, so this resource is the resource for anybody who's agreeing, and there's agreement and a training to be a monitor. And so that's where the update is, and that's why we wanted to provide clarification and how did we come with what majority meant. And so it was really trying to get at that to be very clear. And again, everything that you all are discussing is what we discussed and sought out others to get to this place, to find that balance where we could make sure our nurses found a job, a monitoring agreement agreed, the staff from compliance could be engaged in it, and it really is just finding that. But again, this is an open discussion, what we're bringing to you for approval or modification, but it did kind of, that was the goal.
could we do, and probably this is part of your quality improvement planning, but could we do some assessment and identify, are we seeing an increase in, just kind of looking at before and after this guidance goes in?
Yep.
Are we seeing any difference?
I love that idea, especially because we're going to be re-engaging with HPSP. So this is why we're bringing it here. We are preparing for that next step. We've been preparing for a year. So this is one of those steps to get there. And once we do, I think that's a great idea.
I had a comment. I was gonna say, I really appreciate this. I think it's very, very realistic. I also feel like it takes into context that we're dealing with adult learners, and it reduces micromanaging, which is really big in helping people start to feel comfortable, to feel like they can actually still practice and do what they can, and they can show you don't have to be hovering over me. I can make a little bit of progress and things if you give me the leash to do that. So I really appreciate it, and I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. That's the goal, though. I think you all are reiterating the goal is that flexibility, balance, support, and commitment to public safety. Any more discussion on that one? Okay. So moving on to the next big update would be on page 234. Again, really thoughtful discussions over the last several months between compliance specialists as well as other boards of nursing. We have combed through so many other boards of nursing alternative programs, policies and procedures to get here. There's 3 additions I want to draw your attention to. So under the work setting restrictions, one of the things that we added that wasn't on here and clear for the compliance specialists and kind of just doing case by case was adding telehealth. So right below night shifts outside of an acute care setting. So I think this can kind of help you, board member McKinley Yoder, see that the last thing we talked about is one piece of it. This is now like a whole nother piece of what those restrictions are. And so we added telehealth. And then we also added on those last 2, an HPSP participant or licensee on probation can be a preceptor, clinical teaching associate, or faculty member responsible for independent clinical supervision of any student in any setting after 12 months of compliance with monitored practice. And the same for the one below that, clinical practicum hours. We did a lot of research on kind of what is helpful for success, what causes some stress, which leads to not being successful. And so we amended to say after 12 months of compliance and monitor practice and added telehealth.
I also made some notes here.
Great.
Just
I love it.
clarification. So, well, first of all, the point right under telehealth. Oh, I thought I turned it on. Sorry. The point right under telehealth, that should not be a bullet point, right? Like that should be pulled over. Because it's not a work setting. It's not a settings or these settings include but are not limited to. Anyways, that's just like
Yeah,
a
so
formatting.
so you're saying it should be, just give me a minute to think what you're proposing where it should be.
Just removing the bullet point and moving it because it's the above bullet points are the settings.
Ah, okay. So we'll figure out how to ensure of what it is saying. Again, one of those things of what ensures success. And so that's really not, getting overtime. But of course, you have to work a certain minimum amount of hours so that you have that monitoring. So it is about hours, and we'll figure out how to work that in, that those are for all of the settings. It's just another restriction. Okay.
Okay, and then I just was curious, what exactly constitutes compliance with monitored practice? So this means like no missed tests, obviously not substituting, those kinds of things.
That is a great question, and also a discussion we've been having. There is a definition for non-compliance. It's actually something we'll also be updating in statute that I can get to when I talk to you about that. But that is exactly what it means, is what is non-compliance. I know that you all hear from us sometimes. The compliance specialists bring to you stuff. I bring to you stuff on that issue. So that's what it means. It's really about complying with all the things in this. Testing, monitoring, yeah, lots of communication.
And then there is some kind of basically judgment by that compliance committee.
Yep.
Okay.
And we
Great.
meet weekly.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that you've elevated telehealth as a very important practice, particularly for APRNs and for like clinical visits. I just wonder about the definition of that. For me, that's a little bit open. Like, would refilling prescriptions from home be counted as telehealth? Or are we talking about direct patient care via telehealth?
So I love that you guys are bringing up the questions of things that we all were debating and discussing and reaching out to others on, because the big question, the big overarching question is, how do you have a monitor? Does someone sit on your telehealth visits? That's right. So it's really hard, but in some cases we heard with different case manager jobs and a percentage of it, it could be. So I think that's where we just wrote telehealth, didn't kind of go above and beyond. But again, those are where those meetings come in, where we have discussions and then come to you, and not public meetings.
But yeah, because at the beginning section, it says they will generally be prohibited.
And that's the
implying that
generally.
there's an exception, there's a
Right.
possibility for exception, which
Right.
brings up my other observation. was whether there could be unintended sort of consequences and excessive restriction with that 12, the piece about the HPSP participant or licensee. It's just HPSP, but this should also include probation, right? Because this document is,
Which one are you looking at?
sorry. First of all, I want to just clarify because on 233,
Ah.
workplace guidelines for licensees in the HPSP or board-ordered probation. So this is a document guiding both of those
Yes.
scenarios.
Yes.
And then, so then in page 234, which is page 2, I think, of what you're looking at,
Mhm.
at the very bottom, the last two bullets, an HPSP participant or licensee so on probation. Sorry, that is the or, and so it does include both.
Yep.
So thank you. Sorry,
Yeah,
just clarify that one
no,
out loud.
yeah, it's
It's
good.
just odd that it
It's
says
good.
it
I
there
love this
versus all
process,
the
you
other.
know
It
that.
doesn't say for each other bullet. Like
Yeah.
maybe you don't need to have that there, because each other bullet doesn't say, or it's already implied we're talking about. Oh no, okay, yeah, no, sorry.
No, but I
Because
think this comes
That's
to
new.
potentially
Not a
kind of
setting, this is-
the top line of these
Right.
settings include but are not limited to.
It's not a
And this
setting.
is much more about when you're allowed to for those things. So I think I definitely can kind of take the hours and those other two things and yep.
Bumped in a different area.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, so then here's my observation question. So I'm thinking of here's an ideal scenario of someone that goes into HPSP. They've had a substance use problem that did not result in practice issues. They've self-referred. They've been a preceptor and they've been a stellar nurse this whole time. And then they enter this agreement and it's like all of a sudden, and they, let's say they also took 6 months off to go into residential treatment. They've done all the right work and then they return to practice and they've been a stellar preceptor for all that time. Why do they need to wait 12 months?
So until now, they were prohibited.
Completely.
Mhm. And what I learned, as you know, that I have been digging into this for a while, is actually nurses providing bedside care do make decisions to go into education during this time, thinking it could contribute to success and less stress. So this was where we found our kind of middle ground of allowing it, but having it be after a first year of compliance and success. But I do see that situation, and I believe that, again, with everything else, things are not 100%, they are 99%. And then there's, situations that allow your compliance specialist and I to have discussions and come to you.
Thank you so much. I think that satisfies my concern.
I could talk about this till the end of our meeting, so. So those are the ones there, and what I'm hearing from the board is understanding where we're at, but I just need to kind of move them for clarity, which is the goal of the work site setting restrictions to have this all be clear. Other than that, nothing, there's nothing that really needs board approval, except the whole document with those kind of updates, but those are the changes from what we've been working from. So let me know if you have any more questions or discussion, and if not, I can make a motion. I just have to see, though, there's no amendments, just moving. So it's not with modification necessarily. Could be modification if I'm just like doing, kind of typing words.
I think, yeah, just to make it clear for the record that
Okay.
it's a little bit different formatting wise than what you
Okay.
have.
Yeah.
Okay. Modifications, and we have understood that those modifications are kind of removing things that aren't necessarily 100% work setting, but more about the hours to have its own setting. Okay. Yeah, good for me.
I think we're ready for that motion then, yes.
So what am I going to say? I am going to say, I'd like to make a motion that the board approves, over here, from the top. I'd like to make a motion that the board approves OSBN's workplace guidelines for licensees in the health professional service program are on board ordered probation, resources as modified in our discussion.
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. We'll vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Callis.
Aye.
Oleniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great. So I'm going to direct your attention to page 237 for us to talk about something a little less heavy than we just talked about board meeting dates and locations. I know you have attached the 2026 meeting dates to be approved. And I just want to elevate that in our September 2024 strategic planning discussion, we had emphasized the importance of making in-person board meetings accessible to all Oregonians. And to achieve this, we discussed having board meetings in rural parts of the state to ensure that all members of the public, regardless of their location, can participate. Considering our commitment to this, and the Oregon weather that we face against, I did make a proposal that we would have our meeting in June 2025 in Southern Oregon and September 2025 on the coast, with goals for Eastern Oregon in 2026. Again, nothing set in stone. It was just really looking at what we've been doing, where our board members live, where our rural parts of the state are. So I think if we can start with just looking at the dates first and then for 2026, that would be great to keep me on track. And draw your attention that we're moving our January board meeting.
I think we have a lot to say. Just on the dates for 2026, right?
Great, yeah.
And then,
I'll make a motion on that one, and then we can discuss the other one. All right. Board President, members of the board, based on the information provided, the board approves the proposed meeting dates for 2026 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Marcus Cooksey.
aye.
Margaret Hill.
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich.
Aye.
Joni Callis.
Aye.
Oleniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, moving on to the locations, and of course, there will be, the way that we do per diems for our board members that travel far to come here. The same thing will happen for board members when they travel. Staff will have the ability to attend virtually or in person as we plan it out.
So can I clarify that, so the board members for these distance ones could attend virtually or in person?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Any other questions?
The goal would be for us to, as much as possible, but absolutely.
We have identified sites. So when we say Southern Oregon, what does that mean?
It means wherever the board may present a place. When I did the listening tour, I stopped in Medford, I stopped in Ashland, I stopped in Klamath Falls. They are very excited about the opportunity for the entire board being in the area at some point. So a location similar to that, I'm sure, but I have not, that will be the next step.
Do we have opinions on, I'm thinking more generally about the setting and direction rather than Ashland's beautiful. Medford's got great people. But just generally, are there observations or about the type of setting?
Not the type of setting. Do we all group together and we stay at the same place, I assume? Is that?
Yeah, I think, we'll figure that out. Our lovely executive assistant, Brandy, will find the most appropriate hotel.
I'll just chime in for just a second. Yeah, there's usually hotels that accommodate with government rates. And so there's ones that are very familiar with that have the government rates and offer like group rates for group rooms and things along those lines. So there's usually ones in each of those community areas that work with us.
When I brought up setting, I was thinking about state-owned buildings being one possibility, but also if we're really wanting to reach out to community hospitals and health organizations, then that would improve our accessibility.
Yeah, so we would find a conference room. When I did the listening tour, I stopped at education as well as hospital. And I'm sure hospitals will be very happy to provide us with their boardroom and their conference room. And I just know that the appreciation felt on the listening tour that they didn't have to drive to Portland was so great. And then the idea that the board would have a meeting there was even greater. And I think it will do a lot for accessibility for us standing by our words.
Yeah, it seems like, so in that process of choosing the exact locations where we can encounter the most public and the most licensees, certainly should be the priority.
Yeah, and there's big systems, as we know, in Medford and Klamath Falls and Ashland. So it'll be, I mean, and that's all within 20 minutes. So depending on, where we stay, where we go. And then I was proposing we would be closer to board member Callis in September over on the coast. And I don't have a spot there, but when I went on the listening tour, it was very Southern Oregon on the coast. Where was I?
Brandon.
Sorry, I was on the coast.
Florence.
In that town.
Places. Good city.
It was somewhere around Lincoln City. It was as I was at a hospital system. Please don't let me embarrass myself anymore. I was on the coast.
It's a big place. It's a big ocean.
Maybe.
Great. And that September, those September dates would also include our board retreat day. Unless my memory is off.
Yeah, no,
Yes, it
I have to
does.
look if we even saved them for 2025 yet, like we had in 2024. It's a great question. Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
We have 2026. Yeah, we did. So
Overnight.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's actually great. Was planning that.
Great. Unless Nikki's got something else.
Nikki's got nothing.
Okay. That means I make a motion. And I am making a motion that based on the information provided to the board, they approve the proposed locations of Southern Oregon in June 2025, Coast September 2025, and potential for Eastern Oregon in 2026 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll do a vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich,
Aye.
Joni Callis,
Aye.
Oleniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Okay, let me find my agenda. Here we go. Let's actually, before I do updates, do the last one that will need a motion. So if you could turn to the addendum on page 316, please. Okay. So this is about board member compensation. So House Bill 2992 went into effect in 2021. The amount paid to qualified members of boards and commissions is equal to the per diem compensation received by members of the state legislature. That amount is tied to the federal per diem rates. The amount of compensation is calculated by adding the GSA's standard daily lodging rate to the standard M&IE rate. The total amount is $178 as of October 1st, 2024. This is a daily rate paid for each day or portion of the day in which the member performs official board or commission duties. And so I am hoping to get a motion so that I can bring this to rulemaking and then bring it back to you for a final motion at the next board meeting. Any discussion?
No, please
Great.
proceed.
Okay, so I make a motion that the board approves opening OAR 851-010-0024 for rulemaking to address board member compensation.
So moved. Second.
This has been moved and seconded. We'll vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich,
Aye.
Joni Callis,
Aye.
Oleniki Tolbola.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, so I just want to give you all some updates. Let's start by having you go to page 239. And that is just the Oregon Wellness Program bringing their yearly update to you all. It's pretty impressive, the amount of nurses they have been able to serve, but unfortunately, they had to cut down to 3 per nurse versus the 8 intended. There is a bill in the legislature. It has been proposed to move to a work session. I did submit testimony on information from this report to us. With this report, in the executive branch as the Board of Nursing Director, I don't necessarily take a oppose or support position when entering information. So it was just data from the report. And I know that the bill is moving, which will move to Ways and Means. So that does not take away anything of our engagement, our money that's contributed from licensing fees. But what Oregon Wellness Program is trying to do is to get some state investments to increase their offerings to healthcare professionals, given right now it's physicians, nurse practitioners, dentists, pharmacists, and nurses. So they've been having this conversation the past few years. We'll see. I will update you on its success once session is through. Any questions or comments or discussion just in general about the report that the Oregon Wellness Program sent us?
I had a question. So they're kind of the running costs per year sound like it's about 1.1 million. And then I don't know, is this standard like 1.6 million for lobbying? It just seemed like it was. And
Can you just point that out to
I'm
me?
sorry.
where page-
So
It's okay.
on page 7 or 245,
Mhm.
under renewed request for legislative funding,
Mhm.
our lobbyist team is requesting 1.6 million, which I'm assuming that's coming out of funding that they're also getting from us.
Yeah, so they described it as lobbyists, but yeah, so there's an effort for them to request from the state. So not from us. Ours is $500,000 a biennium that comes from our licensing fees. They are requesting that for the state to say, hey, the medical board licenses are contributing.
Okay.
Okay, the nursing, I just didn't know if you were trying to get my attention. So the nursing board is contributing. Shouldn't the state also be contributing to the wellness of their workforce?
I just wasn't, so the way it was worded, I was thinking it was like their lobbyist team wants to be paid 1.6
No,
million.
yeah,
And I was
no,
like,
no.
that's,
Yeah.
okay, thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying that. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
really
no,
helpful.
it's interesting that that's how they approach it, but they do, and who's actually leading that effort is the Oregon Medical Association has gotten really engaged. Oregon Nurses Association has gotten engaged. I watched the hearing, and like I said, I contributed this report so the senators could see who it's serving.
Well, then I think that it's wonderful because I think it is really important to be able to serve the needs. And then this is also able to serve the needs of practitioners across the state, which is also in a lot of areas people don't necessarily have access. So
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's great about the Oregon Wellness Program is it's virtual. It's within 72 hours. And, currently now at 3 visits. Yeah, I had asked them for an update since they had presented to the board a year ago, hence the report. As far as updates on HPSP, I continue, since you all have voted to re-engage, I continued to lead the work with John Etherington, partnering with the medical board, the Board of Pharmacy, and the Dentistry Board on the statement of work. We really did the heavy lift at the Board of Nursing. As you know, it's something that I'm very passionate about. And so the statement of work was done. We are now in the phase where bids for proposals are being sent to the state. For anybody that wants to potentially do a contract with the state, the next phase is there'll be compliance specialists from the Board of Nursing, myself, John, Etherington, and directors from the other boards sitting to review all of them, pick one, interview. So the RFP process is in full effect with the goal. I keep going back and forth for what I want to say out loud on it, but I'd really like to see it done and, let's So the next few months, you'll hear me come back with a little bit more information, but I didn't want to just not say anything. The other thing that has happened on HPSP, as you know, Oregon State Board of Nursing brought legislation to the legislature, and this is House Bill 3043. I did not provide it in the packet, but what I can do is follow up and send it to the board and have it be, it's public because it is public on OLIS. But I provided testimony here is where I can support. It's a bill we brought forward, and it is to do a few things, define monitoring agreement and workplace monitor, because not only do we want to update it in our policies and procedures, but the statute was created in 2009, as you know. And so over the last 14 years, there's just some language update that's needed. Clarify that the licensee can self-refer, clarify requirements for a program clinical evaluator, update the term diversion agreement to monitoring agreement, add a provision that the boards may charge an assessment for HPSP to licensing fees. So for those boards that aren't in this program already, how they would find the ability to do that financially. And then allow a health professional licensing board under specific circumstances to remove information about a licensed participation in the program from its records once they completed it, for those ones that are self-refer and no public harm. So that's the big update on HPSP, is that we're moving along. I wish it was faster than it is, but it's a long process. It's the right thing to do to get it right, is this long, thoughtful process with lots of collaborators, stakeholders, the state. So, okay, any questions? I will say there was, I didn't organize for our own bills, presented, and the committee and nurses that spoke to re-engagement in HPSP, even though the legislation wasn't about re-engagement, it was about updating language. People shared their stories, and it really moved the committee in Salem. The last part of what I was going to present to you, is the mental health attestation model. So our licensing database will be updated with all the work we voted on for Division 31. In that will also finally be the attestation model that you all voted on. So the kind of stigmatizing mental health questions will be removed. You remember that going back to the Lorna Breen Foundation presentation. So that work is actually on this next phase too. So just really wanted to update you on those 3 things: Oregon Wellness Program, HPSP, and the attestation model. We have our licensing manager submitting the final application process for the Lorna Breen kind of acknowledgement. Currently, if you go on their website, you see the few nursing boards that have already gotten their badge. I look forward to Oregon being a part of that. And the last thing on this was legislative update. So I already kind of put in the legislative update on HPSP while we were talking about that. I was able to go in front of the Healthcare Committee on our other policy, which ended up being House Bill 3044. Thankfully, I had Policy Analyst Cook with me and Chief of Staff Kimberly Goddard, just in case I needed to phone a friend for extensive questions on the statutes. I had met with every committee member before the hearing, and we had no questions. So I explained that we have had a patchwork of statutes over the last 70 years. It was time to update them so the board continue their work of removing barriers in their rules while centering public safety. So that should go forward to a work session soon. And then, as mentioned by Fiscal Manager John Etherington this morning, he and I will be in front of the Subcommittee Ways and Means next week on Tuesday to present our budget, which you all have approved that in the past. So things are moving along. Your policy analysts are very busy doing bill analysis of the many, many bills that have been dropped that could potentially impact the Board of Nursing. I have been called from legislative offices on several bills that could impact the Board of Nursing or nursing. So it's been a real upstream effort to not have things kind of done to us surprise by surprise and be really engaged in the process. So.
Great, thank you so much for the updates. And right in the nick of noon, right in the nick of noon. 1 minute to
Glad
spare.
that we were able to do this before lunch.
Yeah, well done. So I think we will exit for the break until 1 p.m.
So the break is 12 to 12:15. You
Sorry,
come
I
back
didn't-
with your lunch. We'll have a working lunch presentation. I see that Dr. Jordan Ferris just arrived. So 15-minute break to come back with your food.
All right, good afternoon. We are back ready for our presentation. Could you introduce yourself? I don't know you.
I'd love to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Jordan Ferris. I am a professor of nursing up at OHSU School of Nursing, and this is part of my doctoral research.
Thank you for being here.
So thank you very much for having me this afternoon. I'm very, very excited to get the chance to share this with you. It was an absolute, I was very lucky that I got to pursue a passion project for my doctoral research. And so what I'm going to talk about today, hopefully in a very conversational tone, is nurses and monitoring and the barriers and facilitators in their return to work process. So to start, which probably does not come as a surprise to any of us in here, nurses are diagnosed with substance use disorders at the same rate as the general public. And that's commonly estimated to be between 6 and 20%. And to put that into context, that's going to be between 312,000 and just over 1 million nurses who may have a substance use disorder. However, there's a bunch of underreporting, and that underreporting may make estimates very unreliable. Nurses fail to report their substance use for a variety of reasons. Most commonly, though, it's because they fail to recognize that there is a problem. They may be in denial. There's a fear of consequences, and many have feelings of shame associated with their use. While nurses do not have a higher than average rate of substance use disorders, there are conditions that exist within nursing that may increase the risk of substance use disorder development. And those conditions include, but are not limited to, the high stress environment of nursing, the long hours and shift work, the physical demands and injuries that occur on the job. And so all of these contribute to higher risk of turning to substance use as a coping mechanism. The methodology that I used for this research was group concept mapping. And it is, I don't want to say esoteric, but it's definitely a lesser known methodology. So I wanted to give a really quick little primer just so that to be able to put the results into better context. So in group concept mapping, it's all participant driven. So as the researcher, I'm there facilitating the process and doing the data analysis, but it is largely, other than that, very participant driven. So starting with the first phase is brainstorming. And in group concept mapping, brainstorming involves gathering a diverse group of participants to generate a comprehensive list or ideas or statements related to a specific topic or research question. So in this case, I asked folks or nurses about the barriers that they experienced returning to work under a monitoring agreement in the first study. And then we did a second study and found out and asked them what the facilitators were. Broadly, what made it worse and what made it better. After that, we move into the second phase, or phase 1A, which is data synthesis. And during data synthesis, those ideas that were collected in the brainstorming session, they're refined, organized, and consolidated into a manageable set of unique statements which accurately reflect participants' contributions while eliminating redundancy. So, for example, we may get, or I may have gotten multiple people saying the cost of UDSs was too high. So if I had multiple people who had said that, I would consolidate the 3, 4, 5 responses down into a singular response. So we used participant checking while we did this to make sure that everything was still conveying the same ideas and thoughts. And then the finalized list of statements did accurately reflect the thoughts and ideas of participants. For the barrier study, we ended up with 48 final statements, and for the facilitator study, we ended up with 51. The goal is to keep it under 100. From there, we moved into sorting and rating, where participants came back into the platform that we were using, which was Group Wisdom, and they individually sort each one of the statements into meaningful categories, buckets, piles, based on how they perceive similarity among the statements. And then in a separate activity, they rate each statement on specific criteria, which for these studies were impact and stressfulness and impact and helpfulness, to provide the quantitative data that we used for further analysis. And then finally, we did data analysis, and it utilizes methods like multidimensional scaling and hierarchical cluster analysis, which I won't super get into, but it creates visual maps that illustrate the relationships between the sorted statements and identify key themes and patterns within the data. It will all make sense. In plain English, participants take the generated and refined statements, they sort them into piles, and then they rate them so we can see how they prioritize concepts within the statements. And then we end up with some highly insightful infographics. We did it twice, once for barriers and once for facilitators, over the course of about 6 or 8 months. It was a long time, it felt like. Because recruitment was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I initially thought, oh my gosh, nurses are going to see another nurse who wants to tell their story, who wants to really highlight the things that they perceive from their perspective could be fixed or could be addressed in a meaningful way. And it turns out nurses don't want to talk to people about their substance use at all. So it was a real concerted effort to get a large enough data pool. But thanks to the Board of Nursing here in Oregon, but also Washington, Florida, New Jersey, Alabama, California, and Wisconsin, I was able to push out the survey to a bunch of folks and got decent recruitment, but would really love to do a larger scale follow-up study to confirm my findings. The majority of folks were 31 to 40 years old, BSN educated, and from all areas of the hospital and community care. But we did have representation from all age groups from 18 to 64, all degrees of education, licensure, ADN, BSN, MSN, and APRN. So it was a very representative sample in both studies. And a large majority of folks who completed barriers went ahead and enrolled into facilitators as well. So even though everybody had anonymized login data, I do know that there was quite a bit of crossover from one to the other, which was kind of nice. So looking first at barriers, like I said, the prompt for this one was the barriers in the return to work process are or were. And so participants used that statement to prompt them to just brainstorm, and they could write as many statements as they wanted within the Group Wisdom platform. After brainstorming, participants are asked to rate each statement in terms of its impact on the return to work process, and then rate each barrier in terms of the stressfulness in the return to work process. So how big of a deal was that barrier, and how stressful was it in overcoming in the return to work process? And on both of those, the rating scale ranged from 1 to 5. And here are some example barriers. The out-of-pocket expenses associated with monitoring requirements. In some of the data or some of the research and literature that I looked into in doing this, out-of-pocket expenses ranged from $3,000 to $5,000 to well over $10,000 to $11,000. And the majority of that was all out of pocket. Finding a job willing to hire me with a worksite monitor. So when nurses have to go back to work, there has to be somebody to monitor their practice. And finding that person was very hard. Having to do the repeated disclosures of substance use and board involvement over and over and over again was also found to be a barrier. The details of discipline being publicly viewable. That one came up a lot. And I do have room for discussion here, so we can talk about it a little bit more. But there were several nurses that I talked to who had been in recovery for 10, 15, 20 years. And the details of this discipline were still on their record, which really made them feel like they couldn't go anywhere else for work, that they were ultimately trapped where they were worked because they were working with somebody, they were working with an agency or a hospital or health system that worked with them through that, but they did not know how it would impact them trying to find another job. Inadequate support. And then the mental health toll, sort of globally the mental health toll. In talking with some of these nurses, one of the more common themes that didn't come up, they came up in conversation but did not come up within the context of the study, is just that these nurses, especially in early recovery, every single day are fighting for sobriety. And the added stress of trying to also navigate this other big piece of going back to work, of continuing to maintain their license, of wondering if they're even going to have a license, in addition to all of their recovery efforts, took a huge, huge mental health toll. So here's one of our first graphics that we come to, and this is a point map. So from the sorting information, and all that's important on this is how far different points are from each other. From the sorting information, when participants sorted things into buckets, a point map is generated, which is using multidimensional scaling. It is generated as an aggregated map of how all the participants sorted all of the statements. And it's the first step in transforming the qualitative statements into quantitative data. By capturing the frequency with which individual statements were conceptually sorted together by every participant. So the program takes all of the information, does all of its multidimensional scaling on the back end, and then gives us this point map. Ultimately, this map is about relationships. Statements sorted frequently together, ones that individual participants often were putting into the same piles or buckets, are plotted closer to one another, while those sorted less frequently appear further apart. So these have their bridging values that are associated with them. So the more layers that you see, or help the dot dropping, lower number of layers indicate lower bridging values, and higher layer numbers indicate higher bridging values. If it's higher, it has a less stable placement on the map. It means that it was probably sorted thematically into multiple different clusters. If it has fewer trailing dots, it's a very, very stable cluster. So on the right hand, the lower right hand side of the map, you can see that gray cluster down there is very, very stable. Everybody sort of put that in the same place. But each map on the point represents one specific statement related to the focus prompt, and then responses that are closely related, like I said, are close together. Take, for example, some of the barriers that were uncovered and that are now circled. Expensive legal costs and loss of earning potential are close together over there on the left-hand side of the map, because participants often sorted them together in a financial burden cluster. While no compassion from coworkers and admin is very far away from long response times from the Board of Nursing, as participants believed that they were pretty dissimilar concepts. And then once this point map has been created, we get to the cluster map, which is a little more exciting, I feel like. Next slide, thank you. So here's the cluster map. The cluster map is a way of sharing a structure that all of the participants helped build. So in all of this research, the participants, the nurses are really the ones who are building what we see. And so concepts or themes emerge from the specific idea responses. Cluster layers here are similar to those in the point map. So lower layers indicating greater similarity in sorting decisions. And you can see the stable placement on the right-hand, lower right-hand part of the map is that impact on mental health, which almost all participants were very much in consensus about, both in placement and in items that went into that cluster. So the final determination of the number of clusters was based on some spatial cohesion of statements, cluster bridging values, and then iterative comparisons of all possible cluster maps. So for this study, I looked at the clusters of maps with 4 clusters all the way up to maps with 12 clusters, and really had to go back into the data and again, go back to participant checking and making sure that the cluster solution that we chose was what they felt was an adequate representation of the data that we were working with. And so this is what we ended up with a 5 cluster solution. Cluster 1 was work-related challenges, and that really focused on barriers to employment and administrative inflexibility, such as challenges in finding jobs willing to accommodate monitoring requirements, the lack of understanding from HR about restricted license. And the bridging value for that was 0.52, so pretty middle of the road. Cluster 2 is financial burden, and as the name suggests, it highlights the financial burdens associated with recovery, including lost income, legal and monitoring expenses, and the professional limitations imposed by a probationary license that leads to or led to loss of income. So an inability to float, inability to work night shift, in some cases having to find different jobs because you can't work float pool, hospice, non-monitoring situations. Cluster 3 was administrative challenges, and this was different from work-related challenges. We did go back and ask participants about this. But it really deals with the bureaucratic inefficiencies and administrative hurdles within state boards of nursing, including cumbersome paperwork, outdated processes, and the lack of portability in monitoring contracts. One nurse that I spoke with who really wanted to tell me her story was a nurse who had been originally disciplined for substance use in one state, had completed 4 out of their 5 years of monitoring, but their husband was military and they got relocation orders. And so they relocated to another state where that state made them restart the entire monitoring process over again. So they lost their 4 years of monitoring and got placed back into another 5-year monitoring contract for a total of 9 years of monitoring, which comes with a lot of extra feelings and expenses. So that was a very, very hard story for me to hear. Cluster 4, which is the one with the lowest bridging value, again, they're in that very stable portion of the right-hand side of the map, was the impact on mental health. And so this captures the mental and emotional challenges faced by nurses under monitoring, including the stigma of substance use, the fear of losing a license, the impact on self-esteem, and the impact on autonomy. This is a cluster that had the majority of the statements that were consistently plotted together, which again, you can see with that bridging value of 0.21. And then cluster 5, peer and coworker support, which was again, pretty stable there on the bottom. And this addresses the lack of support and the negative social dynamics within the workplace, such as discrimination, gossip, and the absence of encouragement from peers exacerbating the recovery process. So every time a nurse has to disclose their monitoring status or their licensure history related to substance use, we all know that nursing has a lot of grapevine and gossiping. And so there's not really any privacy when it comes to licensure discipline around substance use, which is really, really hard. Yes.
Just a few examples of the impact on mental health cluster. Could you give a few examples?
Okay, next slide.
Oh,
Next slide, please. There we go. Okay, that's fine. Just kidding. It's one more slide after this, but I promise I'll get to it. Because I forgot about the GO zone. The GO zone is another representation of the data. So this is what comes out of that rating things from 1 to 5. So you'll see stressfulness on the bottom axis, and you'll see impact on the left-hand axis there. And statements were rated. These are all of the statements, and the statements were rated. So for impact, the lowest impact rating was 2.6 all the way up to 4.1. And the lowest stressfulness was 2.25 all the way up to 4.5. So relatively high ratings for all of these. And then the data ended up being extremely linear with an R of 0.84, which makes total sense. But at the time I was like, oh my gosh, this is huge. But of course, things that are highly impactful are going to be, or have a tendency to be highly stressful. So it makes sense that the data is linear. But this is the GO zone map. And the GO zone map visually displays each statement's mean scores for, in this case, stressfulness and impact. And statements located within the GO zone, which is the green upper right-hand corner, are the statements that have a high stress and high impact. They are considered the statements that we should be looking at the most in terms of programmatic and societal changes, because they have the highest level of impact to our participants. And again, these are what our participants, what the nurses are rating and saying. So statements located within the GO zone have ratings above the mean for both impact and stress, indicating high priority items to address from participant perspectives. The upper right-hand corner, blah, blah, blah. So the statements rated as most impactful by participants was challenges to finding a nursing job due to license restrictions or felony charges, with a mean impact rating of 4.41. And then the statement rated as most stressful was details of discipline being publicly viewable, with a mean stressfulness rating of 4.5. Some clusters, such as cluster 4, impact on mental health, have more statements in the GO zone than other clusters, with eight statements or 36% of all statements. And then of note, there was no representation in the GO zone from cluster 5, peer and coworker support. So largely peer and coworker support was less impactful and less stressful in the whole process. So here we go. Here are the GO zone statements for barriers. And so you can see cluster 4 impact on mental health contained statements such as the mental health toll, the need for constant effort and resilience. Nurses who are in monitoring programs can't really ever let themselves slip, whether that is in their personal recovery or whether that is in paperwork and making sure that things are turned in and signed the way that they're supposed to. They have constant effort and resilience. One nurse likened it to being a long-haul trucker with having to be constantly vigilant, that it is exhausting. The impact on self-esteem, the constant threat of losing a license, reliving trauma every time a disclosure is required, and disclosure is required over and over and over again. The stigmatization of substance use and of having licensure discipline related to substance use, especially for the folks who were proactive and who were like, I have a problem, I need to get help. They were still lumped into this cluster of negative words that we use to describe substance use and substance use disorder. A lot of nurses are able to be very compassionate when it comes to talking with patients or caring for patients who have substance use disorders. That is not the same within the nursing profession. We are not kind to our colleagues with substance use disorders. A lot of fearing failure, and then details, again, of that discipline being publicly viewable. Other go-zone statements: finding a job site willing to hire me with a worksite monitor. Again, that challenges in finding jobs due to restrictions or felony charges. HR and admin not understanding a restricted or probationary license. Expensive legal costs, lost income due to time off for recovery, expensive monitoring with no financial support, loss of earning potential, out-of-pocket expenses. So very, very clear in the financial burdens area. And then with administrative challenges, which on my slide, it is in one very nice, neat column, so I apologize for that. Long response times from the Board of Nursing, a burdensome and onerous process, threats and warnings for contract violations, delays at Board of Nursing impacting hiring timelines, insufficient guidance from boards of nursing, and then antiquated processes and systems within boards of nursing. And to my esteemed colleagues here at the Oregon State Board of Nursing, please remember this is from 6 or 7 states. May not just be us. So moving from barriers into, next slide, please. There we go. Oh, see, now it went. So now we're going to move into facilitators. So same process, just done a second time. And the prompt was very similar, but the facilitators in the return to work process are or were. And again, acknowledging in both instances that not every nurse who participated was impacted or experienced every barrier or facilitator that was brainstormed and was put into the process. So when they went through their education, their very, very brief education at the beginning of the group wisdom process, I even had it say that please, acknowledge that not everyone has had all of these barriers or facilitators, but please answer in terms of how you would have felt about these barriers and facilitators. And so the statements here we rated on impact, again, how impactful it is, but this time on helpfulness. So how helpful would this particular facilitator have been? Great. So here's some example facilitators. And I'm actually way more excited about the facilitators than I am the barriers. I think it's the looking for the hope. So some things that may have made the process easier. A list of employers who are willing to work with nurses in recovery. That ranked very, very highly. Erasure of public discipline after a prescribed period of time, being the direct corollary to the one in barriers. Acknowledgement that the challenges of nursing can contribute to a substance use disorder development. Supportive management ranked very highly. And then having a sponsor that is an RN in a recovery program. In many states, there is dedicated RN recovery programs. That is not the case in Oregon. I think there used to be a Nightingale recovery group, but it sunsetted some years ago. And so I would really love, as a secondary piece of research here, to get that Nightingale group back up and running. It was found that it was very important for nurses to have a space where they could talk about very specific nursing things. We all know that nobody does nursing like nurses do, that nobody understands nurses like nurses do, and the very nuanced set of circumstances that go into our jobs. And so they were really looking for a space where they could have those types of conversations. So here's again another point map. It looks very similar. Again, looking at the distance between things, we're looking at relationships. So you can see how far apart they are, representing how closely or distantly participants found them conceptually. And here you can actually see that the statements are all more stably placed, showing less variation in the sorting patterns of the participants. So employers who give second chances is placed quite far away from erasure of public discipline because they were quite dissimilar, whereas having a sponsor that's an RN recovery program and a nurse-specific group therapy are very close together as they represent similar steps. And then from there, we get to our cluster map. Which in this case, we ended up with 6 clusters, going back to our participants again and making sure that, that they agreed with the clusters that were here. And there were actually, this is 6, I think I looked at 5, 6, 7, and 8 clusters as all being very good clusters. They had good metrics associated with them. But once I got into higher clusters, I forget which one it is, but one of these clusters got split and participants were like, nope, we don't like that. It was autonomy and self-efficacy, I believe, got split. And they were very clear that no, that didn't belong in a separate place, that it was absolutely an autonomy and self-efficacy. Of note, the statement that did not ever come up was abolishing monitoring. Several nurses independently came and told me that monitoring saved their lives, that they appreciated the accountability, that they appreciated being held to a higher standard, they appreciated the check-ins, especially during their early days of recovery. And so there was not a single person who suggested a facilitator being getting rid of monitoring programs. So cluster one is monitoring recommendations, and also the bridging values you'll see here also are all very much lower than they were for barriers, again, representing that stable placement on the map. So cluster one was monitoring recommendations, and this cluster really highlighted the need for structured and compassionate monitoring programs that focus on success rather than punishment. Way more carrot and less stick if possible. Cluster two is autonomy and self-efficacy, and that focused on suggestions to empower nurses by providing autonomy and support for maintaining their professional roles. Cluster three was caring for the caregivers or prevention, and it included statements related to the importance of mental health resources, non-judgmental care, and peer support networks. Cluster four, nurses helping nurses, highlighted the need for addiction-specific providers, nurse-specific therapy groups, and more mutual support groups with peer mentorship. Cluster five, reintroduction to practice, includes suggestions for practical support for nurses in recovery, such as flexible work policies, financial support, and job opportunities that are non-patient facing. And then cluster six, positive employer factors, related to the creation of an ethical and supportive workplace, through widespread education and cultural change. Here's the go zone. And of note here, the mean of both measures was significantly higher than it was for barriers, indicating overall higher statement ratings for all statements. So 4.04 was the mean for both of these. And this go zone contained 23 statements, again, up in that upper right-hand corner, with representation from all 6 clusters. The highest rated statements were statement number 3, supportive management, and caring, and case managers, number 27, case managers and monitoring programs who are compassionate and understanding, who don't punish nurses in recovery. Cluster 1, monitoring requirements, and cluster 2, autonomy and self-efficacy, were most frequently represented in the go zone, with 52% of the statements combined. And so here are the go zone statements from facilitators. And I like this because it very much is more looking forward. It's like, oh, what can we actually get our arms around? So an allowed list of over-the-counter meds so a doctor's note isn't needed. Numerous nurses reported having to go to the doctor for a work note because they were calling out of work, and they just needed some cold medicine. But they couldn't take cold medicine because it's not allowed for monitoring recommendations. So they would have to get a doctor's note, communicate with their board or their monitoring program, whoever they were being monitored from. And it was a huge list of process. And that extended to cold medicine, to Benadryl, to pretty much any over-the-counter psychoactive substance. Monitoring programs that focus on success, not punishment. Case managers, again, in programs who are compassionate, who don't punish nurses in recovery. Tailored restrictions came up multiple times. So if I'm in recovery for an alcohol use disorder, how come I can't pass opioids? Which the literature has a whole bunch of reasons why that might be the way that it is. But that came up multiple times. An up-to-date list of local testing sites with current hours. There was lots and lots and lots of Googling for a lot of nurses. Updated evidence-based expectations in programs. That came up a lot too, that nurses really felt like programs were using or were going through monitoring or had monitoring programs that were not current and not evidence-based. It was one of those, well, it's the way we've always done it sort of situations. A list of employers willing to work with nurses in recovery, active help from the Board of Nursing for reintegration, an ability to maintain an active versus a probationary license, erasure of public discipline after a certain period of time, discipline that stays between the Board of Nursing and the nurse, no public discipline, which I know in alternative to discipline situations in states that have ATD programs, that is largely the case. But in states that don't, it is very impactful. More 24-hour drug testing sites. was really important. Supportive management, acknowledgement that nursing can contribute to substance use as a coping mechanism, freedom to be more open about their needs without judgment. A lot of these nurses felt like they had to stay in their lane, that they could not stray from it, that they really couldn't have loud opinions about anything because they were already under so much scrutiny. So like, it was really painful to hear some folks, which is not directly correlated to this, but were so scared to practice nursing because they were so afraid of making a mistake that would instantly be framed as a relapse, as a return to use, and not just as a human error. Non-judgmental care in spaces, mutual support groups run by nurses for nurses, support outside of work, peer mentors that have been through return to work programs. That was another one that was very, very important, is having somebody that they could talk to that had been through this without it feeling like a speakeasy. So much of this is just not talked about openly. Even with as much gossip as there is, these nurses really tend to try and keep their heads down. So having a recognition of the hard work that they've gone through to maintain their recovery and maintain their sobriety and maintain their license, possibly a peer mentor that have been through return to work programs could be sort of that guiding light. More non-patient facing jobs and opportunities also came up, along with rapid relocation to a non-patient facing job once any of this gets triggered. So if it is triggering for me to be in a situation, I like to tell stories. So I'll finish this because I know I'm on a timeline. Managers in hospitals receiving education that nurses in monitoring are less than. Employers who give second chances. And then really changing the culture that nurses need to be self-sacrificing. I think all of us know, at least I do, that I take care of myself last. I take care of everybody else first. And that's really embedded within nursing culture. So one of the things that one of the stories that I just wanted to say about that rapid relocation is one of the nurses that I talked with said that she was working in the PACU and had been in recovery for a while. She was working in the PACU and there's a patient who came in for something small, like a washout of a previously infected joint, and they had written another prescription for opioids for the client to go home with. And the client was like, oh no, I have really, I'll be on ibuprofen for a couple of days, I'm fine, like I don't need this, I have plenty at home if I need it. And so they had a pharmacy that delivered meds. So suddenly a pill bottle with 40 oxycodone was delivered to the bedside to go home with the client. And the client's like, deuces, I don't want to, like, I'm discharging, I don't want that. And the nurse sat there and got a cold sweat as they realized, I could take this and nobody would know. It's not on anybody's record. It's not coming out of a Pyxis. And that was when she had this lightning bolt moment where she's like, I cannot be patient facing right now. I am way too vulnerable to be patient facing. It was not given the opportunity to relocate. She was given the opportunity to go back out on a leave of absence, but was not given the opportunity to continue working, like maybe in telehealth or telephone triage or case management or employee health, someplace where none of that was happening. So much of what we do as nurses is a part of our identity. And so when we lose the ability to practice nursing, it really does impact that self-esteem and that identity. And she found it that much harder. But anyways, that was like the super, super quick down and dirty on my research. But I am happy with the last few minutes that we have here to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you so much. This is an area of interest for myself and some other folks in the room. One question that came up for me, and maybe someone else in the room might know, is about this issue of really distant in the past substance use monitoring. Are there any states that have any expungement?
There are some states, I want to say California has an expungement procedure where you can apply to have it expunged or at least hidden from public view to like HR only view. But I do know that I would have to go back into my literature and search, but I do believe there is mechanisms for that in some states. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, it's a board member question at this point, sorry. Next month. I was wondering if Executive Director Prusek had more information about expungement as an option, or if it's ever been discussed in Oregon.
Yeah, it's being discussed right now. That's part of our HPSP updates is that process for the board to approve a process for case-by-case basis for expungement. So I'm not sure how many states have done it before us, but it is currently on the bill that I presented to the legislature.
It does require statutory changes.
Yes.
That's what, okay.
Oh, I would, yes.
Yeah.
I would have to believe that it would. Any other questions?
Would you mind just kind of quickly summarizing, what are the things that you think the Board of Nursing or boards of nursing can do to make changes?
One of the big one is having right people in the right places. So making sure that the folks that you have on your monitoring staff are compassionate and recovery centered, who at least know about some principles of addiction and recovery and aren't, don't believe in punishing nurses who are coming forward in disclosing this or trying to work through it and really doing their best to maintain their license. I think that's probably one of the big ones that again came up repeatedly. And then nurses are really looking for more help and guidance from the Board of Nursing. And I know that we're public protection, that may not necessarily be one of the lanes that we occupy, but really looking for more guidance and less, oh, you didn't do this, and more, hey, I noticed that this is coming up and it probably needs to get completed. Even finding some way to connect folks who are coming into monitoring programs with folks who have completed return to work programs. I think setting up that network would be hugely impactful. Yeah.
One of the other enabling technology I would think would be helpful, but I didn't see it come up, was virtual testing for monitoring. Have you?
It did not come up. But virtual monitoring, the other one that did come up that didn't make it into the go zone, but that did come up is allowing nurses to utilize labs at their hospitals. So instead of having to go to 24-hour testing sites or offsite testing sites, like all of the hospitals that our nurses work in, there is a lab. It would be very easy to walk down and get a UDS, especially on the days that you're called to test while you're working. Those are the days that they need the 24-hour testing because you're leaving work at 7:30 at night. Those all close at 5 or 6.
And the conversations that I had with alternative discipline programs, HPS programs, all the programs across the country that were successful during COVID when we were seeing the fall across was those that partnered with the hospital systems for that. There will be conversations we'll have moving forward in Oregon.
It'd be awesome. It'd be super cool.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your attention this afternoon. I really appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to be a guest.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. It was really great to partner with you on research and have you present. Yes, and she'll be presenting at National Organization of Alternative Programs in May. This research. So with the end of our public presentation, I just want to let the board know there's people talking behind me. So can you guys hang on for 1 second, please, so I can, thank you. So I think what they're talking about is what I'm about to present. So our public meeting laws have changed somewhat, and there may be people that arrive virtually that have not signed up, and historically this board has been very accustomed to knowing who's going to present at our public forum. So first time virtual, but here we are. We're figuring out 100%, but you have the script that you read at the beginning of our public forum.
And we have a 5-minute limit allotment per person, so that would only mean 6. We have until 1:30.
Yes,
So
and I
that'll-
don't know how many people
Right.
arrived yet. It looks like a lot. And I will say, I think a majority of the people, I don't know this to be true and I could be wrong, but the CNA updates have definitely caused some interesting conversations across the state, and I know that because I'm getting emails, hence why we need to get our comms plan. I think there's some CNA2s that are feeling, you know, what, now what?
Since we've worked ahead on our schedule, we can go, we don't need to stop at 1:30 necessarily, do we? We have
many
people
people is it?
visiting. That's our only thing.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting. Some people in the Zoom are waiting list to get into the meeting.
Yes, we're aware. We are transitioning from a presentation to the board to welcoming the public, and it's a new process for us. So we will let you know in just 1 minute that we're
Looks like
prepared.
we have till 1:45.
Sure.
Thanks.
We needed to go over. If we need to go over.
Sure, if we need to.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so we don't have we don't have a sign-up sheet for the people that are showing up. This is the first time, and we'll figure out what's happening, but can I be included in this, so since I'm talking about what will help you too? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that the best thing will be to make sure that they present their full name for testimony, because currently not all of them have their full name as they're coming in. So let's have you, Brandy's gonna let them all in. We are just, for those of you in the waiting room, you're just gonna have to be patient with us, because if we don't have you as signed up, it's really hard to know who to call to testify next. So be patient as we work through this. I would suggest you read your script and we call the two that signed up, and then from there we could go.
Welcome and thank you for joining our public meeting today to share public comment. It is February 20th, 2025. The open forum is from 1 p.m. to 1:45 p.m. Each person will be allotted 5 minutes. The board will not deliberate on any issues or requests during the open forum due to lack of prior public notice. The board president has the authority to stop an individual's comments when, in the opinion of the president, the comments go beyond this directive or as necessary for efficiency and orderly conduct of this meeting. I'm going to ask that each person doing a public comment, please begin by stating your full name.
And if I could
Wait a
just
second.
remind the board.
Actually, I'm going to call out the first two people that had
Yeah, and if I could just remind the board, while the public can present any information that they want, and we welcome that, the board doesn't respond.
Right.
This isn't a space for that. Thank you.
Right. So we will start with Aga Ayana.
Yes.
Please correct my pronunciation. Thank you.
Correct. My name is Aga Ayana. So I've been working with CNN, the TMA candidates for over many years. I just get a lot of comment and concern from my community that they have been having a hard time to be in such successful nursing assistant candidate in Oregon, that most of them are registered nursing back home in Ethiopia and other countries that they are not have access to get a challenging test, since they providing full-time job for their family and they don't have the opportunities like which is they have in other states. And I just wonder if there is anything we can do to support the board of state, Oregon State Board of Nursing, that to facilitate that can be help our community to get such opportunity.
Mr. Ayana, you do have more time if you would like to speak a little further.
Yeah. Can you unmute yourself? Give me one. Okay. So that such like opportunity also, we do some we provide some especially for women who have full responsibility for their children, some opportunity in our community for people who have licensing, teaching license, and the registered nurse who opens the nursing assistant facility to training center, which we have difficult time to get a roadmap to open our business in Oregon to support most of the people who have overqualified to be a nursing assistant from other country to get a chance, and or some other people who can bring their children, because we have another people who can volunteer to watch their children at our facility. So such kind of thing is, since we didn't the opportunity to open our business in Oregon, what as a registered nurse myself, what kind of things I can provide to make it easier, the process for us to open our business there, to support people who are struggling to get into receive their certificates as nursing assistant certificate in Oregon. So these are the two things that we are struggling, because we wanted to make it easier, the process for the people who wanted to achieve their goal to become a nursing assistant in Oregon. So most of them are, since they have the qualified in their back home.
Thank you for that public comment. It sounds like, so the next person that had pre-signed up is Priscilla Thompson. Is Priscilla?
I'm here.
Great.
I was recently married. Priscilla Chase.
Priscilla Chase, thank you. Sorry about that.
Yes. Thank you very much. I thank you for everybody for giving me the opportunity to speak today for my allotted 5 minutes. My name is Priscilla Chase. I'm a CNA 2 and unit secretary at Asante Rogue Regional Medical Center here in Medford, Oregon. I had acquired my CNA license certificate in November of 2015. I started my nursing assistant career at a skilled nursing facility. During that time, I found that I really wanted to work at one of our local hospitals. I felt I would have better success if I applied myself and attended CNA 2 classes as well. I did so, and I completed the course. I was thrilled with the new title and all of the additional education. I take great pride in my bedside care at the hospital and for our patients. I am saddened by the stripping of my title. I have always been a great caretaker and support person for my little brother, David Herrera, who had Duchenne's muscular dystrophy growing up. I wanted to carry out with my education to make a difference in the understanding of patient care. Thus, moving forward and obtaining my CNA certification. And although my brother is no longer with us, he has taught me a very valuable lesson: to never let financial burdens get in the way of good patient care and services. As we hit our 5-year mark from the COVID pandemic, we CNA 2s have stood tall and at the ready for the new challenges ahead. We are at the front line. As a private in the military is to their leading commanders, we want to be acknowledged, and we want to be acknowledged for our commitment and dedication in our role to LPNs, nurses, doctors, our management, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and everybody in the hospital setting. Most importantly, to our patients and residents in the community and our state. I am disheartened by the stripping of our CNA 2 title, as we work ever so hard to be the best representation of our skill set. Long gone are the days of private pay healthcare and insurance, it seems. We have stumbled upon an industry that of government paid benefits, lowering our reimbursement rates. I've noticed that the quality of service has been watered down and diluted, losing its special shine in our state. I feel that as these companies or entities lose money hand over fist each year, They are looking for ways to cut costs to remain profitable. I, for one, do not want to be a part of the cut costs to be replaced by CNA 1s after years of service. Seasoned CNA 2s are invaluable. We are a big part of the healthcare industry. My number one concern is depending on where you work with your certification. Most CNA schools have certain requirements for oncoming students. While the CNA is in training, they are not allowed to go into isolation rooms in hospital settings, which in turn does not set the CNA up for true success, for a real in-person experience. I work on a very heavy and fast-flowing unit. We have a lot of isolation rooms. There is much to learn other than the basics, taking of vitals, patient hygiene, range of motion, ambulation, and serving meals to our patients. When I had attended my CNA schooling, I completed 176 hours of training, plus 88 hours and 22 hours for pre-work assignments. I had to learn all of the medical terminology and complete all of my assignments. I am concerned because CNA 1s will now be diluted down to 105 hours of education. I don't think that is safe. I think that after reading in the Sentinel events, that there are things of importance to be looked at. Falls are at an all-time high for our patients. There is a 17% increase in failure to recognize change.
I apologize, Priscilla Chase. You're at the 5-minute time. We really appreciate your impassioned presence.
It hasn't been 5 minutes.
Yes. I was trying to be as generous as I could with that 5 minutes. We have to move on to our next person, who is Brandy Stoffel.
Dear members of the board, can you hear me okay?
That's
Could you speak
terrible.
up a little bit,
Yeah.
Brandy?
Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay. So I actually asked that a letter be read into record because I didn't think I would be able to make it today, but I was able to attend, so you guys don't have to read that into the record. I spoke to you, it was September 15th, 2022 on this topic. It's Division 31, and the lack of the ability of out-of-state nurses that don't meet practice hours to be able to be licensed in Oregon currently. They can't take the NCLEX and they can't do the reentry program. And I'm hoping that you guys are voting on Division 31 today, but I don't know. Truly, I've got at least 15 reentry nurses that are out-of-state nurses, and the second you guys allow for reentry through endorsement or endorsement through reentry, they will be getting licensed here in Oregon. I'm baffled that it's taken this long to get this. It's 3 words and it's endorsement through reentry. They just need to be added back into Division 31. I know you guys are doing a revamp. I've sat on the rack. I know there's a lot of reasons that I don't fully understand as to why that was done, but this policy is hurting Oregon. It's, on my estimates, we're probably looking at about 100 nurses that have been kept out of practice over the last 3.5 years. With the change in practice hours going from 960 practice hours over a 5-year period to 400 practice hours in a 2-year period, you've doubled the amount of people that are affected by not meeting practice hour requirements. And when you've got out-of-state nurses that can't actually have a route back to practice in Oregon without going back to the state where they were originally licensed in, this puts people in a catch-22. And I've been advising people to go work on military posts to try and get telemed jobs so they can stay in Oregon and meet their practice hours. But these workarounds seem ridiculous when all we need to do is amend the Nurse Practice Act with 3 words: endorsement through reentry. And anyway, I'm saddened that this issue is still an issue. When we last spoke in September 15th, 2022, and I had spoke to you guys before that in 2021 when this first happened. And I just hope that you're able to act on it. Thank you so much for your time, and take care of yourselves.
Thank you for that. So now we're going to turn to some of the other folks that are in the waiting. So I assume that the people that are on the screen here should be first, or do we have any idea? Hard to know. Okay, why don't we start with Adala? Is there, Phil, are you able to? Oh, is it just sorting? No, it's not sorting them alphabetically. Is that
She just representing some of the community who is attending the meeting. So most of the people who are attending this have the similar question with me, how they can be eligible to be a challenge student as well as they have.
So great, thank you. Sorry, Yana. So I'm going to remind folks that in the open forum, the board members, we're not allowed to speak or answer the questions because of public meeting laws. We are not allowed to kind of ask follow-up questions or make statements. So we can't directly answer that. But I would encourage you to continue to reach out to the staff, and maybe you if you want to speak to that. And then you could speak to that in one moment, Executive Director Prusek. But I wanted to ask anyone who wants to speak right now to raise their hand on you can go down to the react, the little heart button on the bottom, and click raise your hand, and we will know that you would like to speak right now.
No, but for clarification, the gentleman who spoke is sharing that many people who are attending today are in support of the conversation that you are having. And I think that we will be able to, enter that into the record for sure.
Thank you.
And then for those that have not been able to provide any public comment and would still like to on something different, go ahead and raise your hand and we will be able to call on you.
Can I ask a question in this part?
No, so again, this is, yeah, so again, the way the boards work is it's ability for public comment, not for any questions or answers back. What often happens after public comment is we can follow up outside of the board meeting.
Okay, yeah, that is what I want to ask. Okay.
Anybody? It seems that the large showing of people that showed up for public comment were organized with you, since we don't see any other hands up for something outside of what Priscilla raised and what you raised. But again, correct us if we're wrong. Priscilla, I see that you're putting your hand up again, but unfortunately, there's a 5-minute limit for public comment for each person. It doesn't mean you can't reach out to us another way, and it doesn't mean you can't come back the next time we have public comment. But for today, that's what is allotted. So our email is accessible for anyone who joined who wants to write in, but we will put into the record the number of people. It's just hard when we don't have a name, a sign up with a full name. So getting an email is helpful to have a full name to enter into the record. But we do see, we did hear you and see the large showing of commonality for your concern.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for coming.
Is there any specific person or Board of Nursing as the one we follow up to get answer for a question in the future?
So again, there's an email that you can contact us on the public board packet, on the public facing message right now on joining Zoom. You can reach out to that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
You're
Of
welcome.
course. Thank you. Mhm. Gonna take 10 minutes, and we can also be available in case somebody new does show up in those 10 minutes, but feel free to kind of take a break. They're with him.
Meet back at 1:30, public forum. 7:30, and we're ready to shift into policy analyst Blackhurst's last two items.
All right. Mr. President, members of the board, I am going to direct you to page 215 of the packet where you will find a memo. And then unfortunately,
So I need to Okay.
Doesn't hurt to repeat it.
No worries. Hi, I have a conflict of interest to declare, and so I'm going to step out during the next item.
right. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. So my item is on page 215 of the packet where you'll find a memo, and my apologies, the letter, the additional supplemental materials are on page 320. So they're a little separated in the packet. The memo is regarding a request from OHSU to increase the enrollment on their Monmouth campus and their Klamath Falls campus. As noted in the memo, the OHSU Monmouth campus is requesting approval to admit an additional 8 students for a total of 48 students annually. The Klamath Falls campus is requesting approval to admit an additional 4 students on top of the 4 they increased over the past year, bringing their total to 32 students annually. And as noted, these increases would help support the graduation of nurses in rural areas and be effective fall 2025. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and I believe we are joined virtually by Dr. Angie Doherty from the Monmouth campus and possibly Dr. Tamara Rose from the Klamath Falls campus.
Any questions?
I'm happy to proceed with a motion for this one.
Let's do.
I have a
That's for-
question.
Okay.
Just, when you increase enrollment, you also have an increase in the need for clinical sites. And is there a plan in place to make sure that these students can be accommodated for?
Yeah, I'm happy to provide some info, and then if any of our guests want to add, I'll give them a chance. But in the request they submitted, they did discuss how they would be working with some of their partners. The Monmouth campus, I think, specifically called out their partnership with Salem Health. The Klamath Falls campus specifically called out a partnership with Sky Lakes Medical Center. So they are working with the clinical partners in their regions to support this increased capacity. And then I don't know, Dr. Doherty, if you have anything to add.
I don't have anything to add to that. I hope you can hear me, but just to say that this is something that we do take really carefully when we do plan any increase in enrollment, and have spoken to our community and clinical advisory board. They're all aware of this potential increase. And as was stated, Salem Health has supported it as long as we change how we send our students currently. We have agreed to do that. So we're confident we can, with a slight increase in simulation on campus clinical learning, we're confident we can support this increase.
May I proceed with a motion?
Please.
All right. Then I motion that the Oregon Health and Science University's request to increase admission on 2 campuses be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I want to confirm that Board Member Toabola is with us.
She sure is.
Great. Okay, then I will do a roll call. So I'll start with Olaniki Toabola.
Hi.
Was that a I? Sorry.
Yes, it was an I.
Linda Stanek,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Joni Callis,
Aye.
Marcus Cooksey, aye. It, with majority, consensus, it is approved.
Thank you. Should we retrieve?
Yeah.
It's there.
Just encourage you to be loud. Yes.
All right, Mr. President and board members, my final agenda item today is on page 216 of the packet. This is a memo requesting approval of a demonstration project from Lane Community College. And this memo describes that Lane is hoping to trial changes to their LPN to RN bridge program for a very small number of students and concurrently trial a new paramedic to RN bridge. And as noted, paramedic to RN bridge programs do exist nationally, but this would be the first of its kind in Oregon. In addition to the approval of the demonstration project, they are hoping to begin summer 2025. And so they're also requesting a waiver to the requirement of 6 months notice. I'm happy to answer questions. And again, I have a guest. Dr. Jennifer Tavernier is on the call with us today. She is the dean at Lane Community College. So, any questions?
I have a question, which might just be a logistic calculation question. Is there a reason why this is just coming to the table and for the request of 6 months waiver? Has this been in plan before, or is it just why don't we try this for summer 2025 and see if it works?
Board member Tobola, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
I'm just curious as to why we are, so sounds like they want to trial this out for summer 2025, correct?
Correct.
And they will require a waiver for the 6 months notification.
Yes, and that is because in our rules currently in Division 21, a demonstration project requires 6 months notice before initiation.
So then my question is there a reason why did this plan for them to do this demonstration project just started, or was in works before? Just trying to figure out why we're not getting this to come to the board before 6 months ahead of time.
I believe it's been in development, and I'll allow Dr. Tavernier to speak to it, but also historically the board has had issues in the past where sometimes these projects come up and they want to implement, and that 6 months window is a lot of lead time. And so historically the board has granted waivers on that as well. And then Dr. Tavernier, do you have any addition about the timeline for implementation?
I do, and I'm the associate dean. The dean of our program is also on here, Dr. Corey Miner. We have been discussing this for actually about 2 years. We were undergoing our process for national accreditation and increasing enrollment, responding to community needs, developing an RN to BSN program. We've had a lot of parts, a lot of moving parts. So this project and discussions on what the curriculum needed to be actually started several months ago. It just has taken quite a lot of time in addition to everything else we have going on.
Thank you. I guess my reason for asking the question was if it's going to be like the first of its kind in Oregon, and we're hoping for it to be successful really well, it would have been something that's been in plan for a while and would have come to the board if it wasn't planned for a while. So you given the explanation of there were other things ongoing, the conversation was on the table, but due to other things ongoing was why this thing come to the board ahead of time. Kind of makes sense to me now. I just was hoping it's not just a spring of the moment thing of like, we want to try this out and we're just going to put all the paperwork in now and just ask for the waiver and see how it goes.
Oh, no, we've been discussing it for quite a while.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I appreciate that you are keeping it small since it's a demonstration project. But it was also evident that you put a lot of significant thought into where were these two different groups of people coming from and what skills did they have? And then how do we get them bridged to an RN? So just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you for presenting this, and I think it's really exciting. There's a great demand for these sort of bridge programs, and it's a great way to bring in a variety of skills into the RN nursing profession. So thank you. I wish you success with it.
Thank you.
All right, I'm happy to bring.
We're ready to proceed with a motion.
All right, then I have two motions. My first motion is that the Lane Community College proposed demonstration project involving their LPN to RN bridge and new paramedic to RN bridge be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We'll take a vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich,
Aye.
Joni Callis,
Aye.
Oleniki Toabola.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Then for my second motion, I motion that the requirement of 6 months of notification prior to implementation be waived.
So moved.
Second.
This has been moved and seconded. We will take a vote. Marcus Cooksey,
Aye.
Margaret Hill,
Aye.
Claire McKinley Yoder, aye. Linda Stanich,
Aye.
Joni Callis,
Aye.
Oleniki Toabola.
Aye.
Then this motion has been passed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
From what I can tell, we have completed everything on our agenda. As a reminder, the next virtual board meeting would be on March 19th, 2025 at 4:30, and our next multi-day in person will be April 16th to 17th, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, you have officially concluded your first 2025 public meeting.
The meeting is adjourned at 1.